something. The AC2 is a type 1 membrane peptidase that is mainly anchored in the apical surface of the gastrointestinal tract system to kidneys, blood vessels, and highly expressed in the heart and other areas, the lungs. This ACE2 also exists in the soluble form in the plasma and urine. It was first discovered in 2000 as an ACE homologue, resembles it, and then shares about 42% homology and angiotensin converting enzyme 1. Now, the ACE2, let's just listen to this very well. The ACE2 is capable of producing the long protective angiotensin from angiotensin 2 and converting angiotensin 1 to angiotensin. That is down-regulating it. It causes a down-regulation of that enzyme to angiotensin. And then once the AC2 is down-regulated, angiotensin 2, the substrate for AC2, will then accumulate. Go on. This accumulation of angiotensin 2 will cause increase in neutrophil aggregation and enhance vascular permeability. This, in turn, will cause the exacerbation of pulmonary edema. It will now lead to this condition and acute distress. One of the symptoms of COVID-19 is acute respiratory distress syndrome, and this will now ensue. The same angiotensin 2, on the other hand, can impair plasmodium development. We are beginning to see how the same enzyme that we are mentioning also has something to do with malaria. And how does it do it? The angiotensin 2 will decrease the buildup of sporozoites in mosquito, that is in the mosquito salivary gland, by directly disturbing the parasite membrane. So, what happened now? The HG, that is the angiotensin 2, will now have a clear protective effect in malaria. The reduced expression of AC2 receptor in populations, some of the population, that is a mutation, also reduces the spread of COVID-19. This is the way they relate. Somebody has to moderate the two, and that is the enzyme we are talking about. Go on. Now, another factor is the interferons and the neutralizing antibodies in malaria. Studies have revealed that in response to infection by several strains of malaria, the lymphocytes will produce interferons, and these interferons will now have both in vitro and in vivo will now affect the efficacy against the control of the coronavirus responsible for SARS. Number 2, the malaria also developed antibodies against Plasmodium falciparum antigens. Specific antigens. Some of the IgG antibodies target glycophosphatidylenosyl inositol, that is the GPI, the molecules which are anchored on the membrane of the Plasmodium species. So, the malaria also produces something. The GPI will act by stimulating the leukocytes and trigger the release of pro-inflammatory cytokines and stimulating the expression of adhesion molecule. Let's also remember that in COVID-19, one of the most important things that happened is the cytokine storm, where there is expression of so many cytokines at the same time. The same thing happens in malaria, where you have an expression of pro-inflammatory cytokines that stimulates adhesion molecules. Now, there is anti-GPI molecules which neutralizes these dosing effects of Plasmodium GPI. The SARS-CoV-2 has various glycoproteins like membrane GPI1, GPI, GPs, and all that. These glycoproteins will be identified by by the anti-GPI antibodies, resulting in protection or inducing a milder disease pattern. So what I'm trying to say is that apart from what we discussed before about the angiotensin converting enzyme, the next thing that happens is these antibodies produced from these the GPIs and the rest that also protect people from malaria. Now there are so many similarities between these people, these two people we are talking about. The first similarity is that they have a production of tumor necrosis factor and cytokines. You also have other things listed there, but most striking is the production of cytokines, which happens in both cases. Go on. You have thrombocytopenia. You have thrombocytopenia in COVID-19. You also have it in malaria. You have D-dimer. That is in poor cases of COVID-19. You have D-dimer, which is most often seen in those cases. You also have it in malaria. Now, surprisingly, my lecture is coming to an end. And then look at the conclusion. The relationship between COVID-19 and malaria can best be described as analogous in terms of disease manifestation. When you look at the way they manifest, they look similar. They look the same. But that does not mean in any way suggest that they are friends. Since malaria patients develop anti-GPI, which I mentioned before, which could identify SARS-CoV-2, malaria patients develop anti-GPI, and this anti-GPI can identify SARS-CoV-2, which is COVID-19 glycoprotein, and consequently play a protective role against COVID-19, or reduce a milder disease pattern. That is where I'm coming from. So if malaria can produce something that can identify COVID-19 and reduce his activity, then is that a friend or an enemy? Then secondly, the lymphocytes, which I mentioned about, in response to malaria infection, as malaria comes in, they produce the lymphocytes, and these lymphocytes, the lymphocytes which are produced interferons, and those interferons, both in vitro and in vivo, have efficacy against coronavirus. Those lymphocytes that are produced also fight against the coronavirus, which is responsible for SARS and all that. With these 2 points, I want to say we can conclusively say that COVID-19 and malaria are more of a foe than friends. And through this protective role of malaria, the whole Africa continent was saved from the devastating consequences of COVID-19. That is where I end my. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I hope I've been able to convince you that COVID-19 and malaria, even though they look similar, but I don't see them as friends. Thank you.
Please, is that all we can do? Can we just jam those hands together for our own prof, in the person of Professor Jeremiah Zacchaeus, for that wonderful presentation. At least you have been able to know if COVID-19 in relation to malaria, if they are friends or they are foes. Hello, everybody. While the lecture was going on, our own professor, in the person of our own doctor, in the person of Dr. Chris Imbata, he is a board member of the Association of Medical Laboratory Science Council of Nigeria, and he's here in our midst while the lecture was going on. Please, can we jam those hands together for him? Thank you, sir. We are glad to have you in our midst. Thank you, sir. Yes. At this point,
There's a hand up here.
For the keynote speaker, actually. But if you want to, I'll ask him to permit me. Sir, can he go ahead for a question? Just one? Okay. On a good day, we don't do that. Thank you. Someone should hand over the mic.
Thank you very much for that permission. I very well know that we don't ask question for the keynote speaker, but it has been bothering me so much. And I see it as an opportunity to clear this doubt before me. Sir, thank you for the lectures. In the course of the lecture, you mentioned about the vaccine for the malaria parasite. I really want to know, this vaccine for the COVID-19 or the SARS-CoV-2, because I can see even out there that there were many doubts for this a vaccine for COVID-19. I want to know, is it really safe for all people to take this vaccine, or is there anything that is attached to it that is, not clear to people, to ensure that if people take this vaccine that they are safe, coupled with what the world is trying to say concerning this vaccine? That's what I would really want to know. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think if there is no question in this lecture, I would have been very surprised, because the lecture is very incisive and very stimulating. It's something that generates questions. That is why when I got to the vaccine, I decided to explain little about what I know about the vaccine. The vaccine is produced by a pharmaceutical company, I think the GSK also. I don't know how it is being produced, but scientifically we know what it contains, how the components of that vaccine which I have given, and the mechanism by which it protects malaria is also, I've also included it. It's just bypassing, because I know that somebody will ask a question on me. That's why I went that way. So I am not in a position, I've not even seen the vaccine, whether they have started giving it here or not, but I told you in October 2021, World Health approved it, and mostly for children in malaria endemic areas. That is what we heard. I've not seen it. The malaria vaccine has undergone, from what we know in the literature, has undergone 3 trials. And after the 3rd trial, they came up with it. So I believe it is safe. If we can take hepatitis vaccine and it has not done anything to us, we're even taking COVID-19, I also believe that malaria vaccine will be safe. And if malaria vaccine is efficacious, if malaria vaccine helps, in preventing the malaria, I think a whole lot of problems have been solved for us in Sub-Saharan Africa, but that malaria has become a friend to us. That is why, as a friend, malaria helped us to fight COVID-19. It has taken side with us because it has been with us for a long time, so it's now fighting COVID-19. So if something has been developed that will also help, to reduce the mortality and mortality from malaria, I think it's something that we can welcome. The much I know is what I've told you. I've not seen any effect. I've not seen people who have taken it and then they have effect or complain of anything. I can't go beyond what I know. So I don't know if that solves your curiosity. I just gave you the component of what it is and what we have through the literature. Fortunately for me, the provost of the college is here. Maybe he can also help to throw more light. So he's sitting by me here. You can help to throw more light on the question. Two of us, let's solve this problem together. I've answered my own. Do you have any contribution? No contribution. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir. Please put your hands together for our keynote speaker once again. Okay, at this point, we want to present an award of excellence to a man of inestimable character. He's a professor, and then the second provost of the College of Medicine. He's medical laboratory science friendly, and also he has an uncommon leadership in the university environment and in the healthcare profession. I am not worthy to present this award. At this point, I want to call on the keynote speaker for this event in the person of Professor Zacchaeus Jeremiah to come and do the presentation. Keep clapping as he comes on stage.
Profile of Professor Chituru Godwill Oluwene. Professor Chituru Godwill Oluwene was born on the 28th day of October 1966 to the family of Mr. and Mrs. Obey Oluwene in Rumokande, Emoha, in Emoha local government area. Professor C.G. Oluwene attended his primary education at State School 1 Emoha and obtained his FSLC in 1980 and later proceeded to Government Secondary School Emoha for his secondary education, where he obtained his WAEC in 1985. He attended University of Port Harcourt between 1987 to 1990, obtaining Bachelor of Medical Science Anatomy. He continued with the University of Port Harcourt between 1990 to 1995, obtaining his Bachelor of Medicine, Bachelor of Surgery. He later proceeded for his postgraduate education at the National Postgraduate Medical College of Nigeria, where he obtained his fellowship of the Postgraduate College in Pathology. He has a number of professional certificates in his discipline from the UK, South Africa, and USA. He specializes in chemical pathology, subspecialties of endocrinology and metabolic disorders. His research interest is in metabolic disorders and endocrinology. He has written several books and contributed chapters in reference books in chemical pathology and medicine. He has published more than 45 articles in national and international journals. Professor C.G. Oluwene is a renowned teacher, medical educator, and a consultant physician. He was engaged in the University of Port Harcourt as a lecturer in 2005 and rose through the ranks to become a professor of chemical pathology. In 2014, he has at various times while in the University of Port Harcourt served as HOD, coordinator, and dean. He has also served in various committees of the university as follows: Convocation Committee, Student Welfare Committee, Senate Committee. He is a fellow of the Institute of Corporate Administrators and members of the following professional bodies: Nigerian Medical Association, Medical and Dental Consultants Association of Nigeria, American Association of Clinical Chemists, International Federation of Clinical Chemists, Nigerian Association of Clinical Chemists, Diabetes Association of Nigeria, College of Nigerian Pathologists, and several others. In 2018, he was appointed Dean, Faculty of Basic Clinical Sciences in College of Medical Sciences, Rivers State University. In October 2020, he was appointed the Provost, College of Medical Sciences, Rivers State University, a position he currently occupies till date. He is the Chairman Committee of the Provost and Dean of Rivers State University. He is a Christian and General Overseer of Temple of Redemption Church. He is married with 6 children. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Professor Chituru Godwill Oluwene.
Was also in NDU. They didn't say that one. Because that's where we knew first, before we saw here. We met ourselves. They didn't say you didn't do research up to that extent. Okay, award of excellence presented to Professor Chituru Oluwene in recognition of your uncommon, this is uncommon deal, uncommon leadership prowess and within the university community and in the healthcare profession, your philanthropic contribution to humanity, and your unique spirit of excellence. Today, 25th of April, 2022. Congratulations.
Good morning. We are still morning. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I want to very specially welcome the very distinguished and eminent professionals and scholars that are here. And I wish I would have remained here longer to listen to the very stimulating lectures that shall be presented here today. Let me particularly thank Professor Zach Jeremiah for that very stimulating lecture. And I didn't expect anything less from him. We have very senior professionals of the medical laboratory profession here seated, and I must thank the ERENS Foundation for inviting these men of timber and caliber in the profession for this very unique World Malaria Day. And I must thank you for choosing me to be one of the awardees at this very, very important occasion and on this day. Thank you very much. God bless you. But let me say that occasions like this call for us to think about malaria, what we've been doing, what we have done in the past, and what is the way forward. Because the burden of malaria is still very high in our country. Still very, very high. As we speak, we have close to 80% of Nigerians are living in high transmission zone. Up to 80% of Nigerians. That is the statistics. It's alarming. About 25%, so Zach mentioned it, 25% of malaria deaths are from Nigeria. And Nigeria has the highest burden of malaria in the whole world. That is what we are getting from that. But that is not to say hallelujah to malaria. Before malaria will finish us. Malaria is a very deadly disease. It remains so. And dealing devastating blow on maternal and child health. So the prevention of malaria, the prophylaxis of malaria in pregnancy still remains key. And we must address these issues at occasions like this. We have the highest prevalence of malaria-related death in the whole world. And that should be a food for thought. And these are gathering of scientists and professionals. We should look at this, look at the way forward to end or reduce drastically the burden of malaria and malaria-related and associated diseases in Africa and the world. That said, I will crave our indulgence to remain. Look at the number we have here. If politicians called us here now to come and tell us lies and share money, this hall will be filled to capacity. Because we are here to talk about share intellectual ideas, how to move our society forward and improve the quality of life of our people, the hall will be very scanty. I salute you. I salute your breadth of thought and your depth of vision for knowing that this is where to be. And this is what we should be doing to help our state, our country, and the world at large. Thank you very much, and remain blessed.
Okay, that was a wonderful one. Can we just jam those hands together once again for our own professor as he goes back to his seat? At this point, the lecture continues, and I want to believe you're already getting value. Your coming here today is not going to be a waste. As we get into this lecture, you're going to find it more interesting. Just like our prof has said, we are here to get these informations so we can duplicate it to those who are not here and help our society to become a better place. At this point, I want to welcome the second speaker for today's lecture in the person of Dr. Joshua Charles Isirima. But before he comes on stage, we need to hear his profile. Fix that. He's going to talk about malaria and its resistance. Are we good to go?
A brief citation on Dr. Joshua Charles Isirima. Dr. Joshua C. Isirima is a senior lecturer in the Department of Pharmacology, Faculty of Basic Clinical Sciences, University of Port Harcourt. He attended the Oloibiri Grammar School, Oloibiri, Bayelsa State, where he obtained his SSCE. He holds 2 Masters of Science degrees in microbiology and pharmacology, and a PhD in pharmacology, all from the University of Port Harcourt. Dr. Joshua is very active in research with his current area of research interest in chemotherapy, and he has published several articles in both local and international peer-reviewed journals. Conferences attended: Annual National Conference, Scientific Workshop, Oil and Gas Exploration, the Role of Science Laboratory Technology in Management of Environmental Degradation, Nigerian Institute of Science Laboratory and Technology Conference Center, Petroleum Training Institute, ERENS, Delta State, from the 4th to the 7th November 2015, College of Health Science Fair Conference, Senmet College Research Fair, Port Harcourt, on the 25th September 2018, Workshop for Entrepreneurial Excellence, Yali Learns, Young African Leaders Initiative, Russell Brooks Public Affairs Officer, U.S. Consulate General, Lagos, Nigeria, on the 14th of October 2019, Contributions to Knowledge, Discovery of the presence of cyanotoxins in potable water, Discovery of a plant source useful in the management of high blood pressure, Discovery of adverse changes in the hematological and biological indices of subjects exposed to fumes of petroleum products, Discovery of lethal doses of Rhizophora racemosa in Wister rats, Discovery of Chromolina aldorodus' usefulness in the management of dyslipidemia and kidney pathological changes in Salmonella typhi infection, Discovery of Chromolina aldorodus' usefulness in the management of hematotoxicity and spleen histopathology in Salmonella typhi infection, Discovery of Chromolina aldorodus' usefulness in the management of gastrointestinal histopathology in Salmonella typhi infection, Discovery of Chromolina aldorodus' usefulness in the management of hepatotoxicity in Salmonella typhi infection, Discovery of Malaria aboensis' usefulness as a hepatocurative agent in Salmonella typhi infection, Discovery of Malaria aboensis as a hypolipidemic agent as well as a historina protective agent in Salmonella Salmonella typhi infection. Discovery of Malaria oboensis as a protective agent against hematological and gastrointestinal histopathological changes in Salmonella typhi infection. Discovery of cardioprotective effect, antioxidant and hepatoprotective potentials of turmeric and doxorubicin-induced oxidative stress. Discovery of turmeric's protective potential against liver function alteration, lung damage, renal function alteration, hematological changes and kidney damage, and doxorubicin-induced damage. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Dr. Joshua Charles A. Sirima.
Good day, everyone. I want to greet everyone here, but want to beg for your indulgence to stand on existing protocols so that we can go ahead in our study. Thank you. I'll be talking about malaria and its resistance. Malaria is a problem in the world presently, as it has been discussed by our other presenter, but we'll be looking at briefly what malaria is, the causative agents, then we'll talk about the life cycle of the parasite, and then we'll look at the disease incidence and trends in malaria. Briefly talk about what the treatment looks like and the drug classifications for the treatment of malaria, and then we'll look at resistance in malaria treatment. We now go into the details of the study, which has to do with the mechanism of actions of the drugs that are used in the treatment of malaria, and also we'll look at the different mechanisms of actions, at the mechanism of resistance of the Plasmodium against the malaria. Then we'll look for the way forward and then talk about what tax is. I want to say that malaria is endemic, particularly in Africa, in Asia, and other parts of the world. As it has been said, it is a parasitic infection that is caused by the Plasmodium protozoa. There are different types of the Plasmodium. We'll just look at it briefly. And it is transmitted by the female Anopheles mosquito. Like it's been said, that's the mosquito there. Now, these are the types of parasites that can transmit malaria in human. We have Plasmodium falciparum, Plasmodium vivax, Plasmodium ovale, and Plasmodium malariae. Also, there is a new one that is being discovered, is Plasmodium knowlesi. That's the newest Plasmodium disease. Now, before we can talk about resistance, we will talk about the drugs that are used in the treatment. These drugs act at different points in the life cycle of the malaria. And so for you to understand these drugs, let's briefly look at the different cycles that the parasite goes through. Please, the previous slide. Now, from my presentation there we have the stage 1. Stage 1 has to do with when an infected mosquito takes a blood meal from an individual. The mosquito transfers into the blood the sporozoites, and these sporozoites then begin to locate the liver. We go to the liver, and then from the liver it begins to undergo divisions, schizogony, and produce merozoites. These merozoites rupture the liver. That's one of the things that's responsible for the pathogenicity of the parasite. It ruptures the liver cells and then releases the merozoites into the blood stream again. These merozoites begin to infect red blood cells because that's where they dwell. And they make use of these red blood cells, and then they feed on it. They help to hash, they grow and develop from the red blood cells metabolism. Now when they do that, they also continue to divide and produce merozoites. The merozoites are then released again into the blood. Some of the merozoites are converted, or they develop into the gametes, the male and female gametes. Now, why you have anemia in malaria infection is because much of the red blood cells are destroyed by the merozoites. So, when an individual is having these gametocytes, the gametes, the males and the female gametes of the parasites in the bloodstream, another mosquito that is not infected comes in and takes blood meal from you. By taking the blood meal from an infected person, he also takes in the gametes, and these gametes in turn develop and begin to produce sporozoites in the stomach or the gut of the malaria, of the mosquito. These sporozoites are then released into the salivary glands of the mosquito, so that if the mosquito goes ahead and wants to take another blood meal from somebody that is not infected, the sporozoites will easily enter the bloodstream of the individual. And so that is how the infection is transmitted from one person to another. So if someone is sick of malaria in the house and there are mosquitoes, there is tendency that as the mosquito bites the person that is having malaria and also comes back and bites you, he will transfer the sickness to the next person. And that's the reason for, one of the reasons for the endemicity, the nature of spread of malaria around our society. This is just the same thing I've explained, but I have to break it down using this diagram. Please, let's look at the next slide. Now, the disease, actually, when we got the data from 2010 to 2018, we started having some kind of hope that there is a kind of hope that the drugs will probably work better and the burden is going to reduce and all that. So we saw from 2010 we have globally 251 million cases, and it came down to 231 million cases in 2017. In 2018 it came down again to 228 million. Then suddenly in 2020 the thing rose again to 241 million. So it becomes a problem. Since then, we are looking for what solution, what do we do about it? And this is due to the development of resistant species of the malaria. Every day we treat malaria, but we still see the disease spreading and spreading. So something is wrong. There's what we call resistance. So we will look at how come this malaria parasite is able to resist against the drugs that we are giving to the people that are sick of them. So in course of fighting against malaria, several initiatives were evolve, or several initiatives were formed. One of them is the rollback malaria that was formed in 1998 by WHO, and then the multilateral initiatives on malaria. This was formed in Switzerland in 1997, while the Medicine for Malaria Venture was formed out of a conference in Africa that held in 1999. So all these bodies, they try to support research that is related to malaria and the control of the parasite in the endemic areas. Now, malaria is treated with drugs we commonly call anti-malarial drugs. And these drugs are selective. They are selectively toxic to the parasites. When you take them, it doesn't affect the tissues of the body as it does to the parasite. So that's what we mean by selective toxicity. Now, these drugs, there are very many of them. We cannot talk on all the anti-malarial drugs. So we decided to look at their chemical structures. How do we put them together? So we have 6 different classes of anti-malarial drugs. Then the first class is the 4-aminoquinolines. We have the prototype of that class is chloroquine, which was one of the first drugs that have been used in the treatment of malaria. Then the second group or class is 8-aminoquinolines. And a prototype of that class is primaquine. Then the third class is the quinoline metanols. And the prototype is mefloquine. We also have the cinchona alkaloids. And the prototype of that class is quinine. We have the biguanides. And the prototype is proguanil. And also we have the sesquiterpene lactones. And the prototype, for all these ones, we call them the artemisinin analogs. They are all artemisinin agents. Basically, the drugs act at different stages in the malaria parasite cycle. So we'll look at that later. So let's just go to the next slide. Now, the malaria resistance to drug is widespread. We know that. A lot of times you will take anti-malaria in the next 1 week, 1 month. You say, why am I taking this drug every month? I'm taking drug, I'm sick every month. So it is, the resistance is widespread. And this is because of an increase in multi-drug resistant species of the Plasmodium. And we also understand that this type of resistance is against more than one type of drug that are used in treatment. So if you take any of the anti-malarial artemisinin combination therapy drugs, you will see that if you look at the chemistry, you will see more than one drug that is inside the composition. Why is it then that the malaria parasite is still resistant? It is due to what we call the multi-drug resistance development of such species. And because of that, it is making treatment of malaria very difficult. Now, there are some conditions that help the malaria parasite to develop resistance. Sometimes we are responsible for that. We, the people that are taking these anti-malarial drugs, are responsible. Not that the drugs are not effective, but a drug that was effective, all of a sudden, it stopped being effective in some people. And then before you know, that type of species is spread all around. What is the reason? One of the reasons is heavy infection. Sometimes when a person has heavy infection of malaria and is not able to detect that it's malaria, and is having headache, fever, okay, let me go to the chemist and take paracetamol. They buy paracetamol, they buy all the fever medicine, and the thing is not working. The parasite level, the level of parasitemia, continues to grow in the individual. So it will lead to a state where you call heavy infection. When you get to that level, it can lead to resistance, development of resistance. Now, we also have inadequate drug levels. Sometimes when we are taking anti-malarial drugs, including other antibiotics, we don't stick to prescription. Someone will say, I've taken this drug severally, I don't want to take it again. The drug was prescribed for you to take for 3 days or 1 week, and you on your own, you decided that you will take this drug just for 2 days. After all, the doctor is not here. Let me just take this drug for 2 days. When my body temperature comes down, I'll throw this drug away. You are not helping us. You are not helping the system. That is the cause of one of the problems. You are only creating a condition whereby the parasite will be able to stay inside the drug without the drug causing it. Because if the drug is not having a therapeutic level, it cannot kill the parasites. And so you are also responsible for the development of resistance. Then another thing is indiscriminate use of different antimalarials. Sometimes no prescription. Give me Fensic, give me this, give me that. Septrin, I'm having lungs, cough. You are not a doctor. How come you know how to treat fever and cold and catarrh and cough? Why not look for the person that has studied? Investigate this thing. We have scientists, laboratory scientists that can help you diagnose what the problem is. But you don't consult them. Maybe you don't want to patronize them. Is that good? Lab scientists, is that a good thing? We are helping to increase the problem. So please, when you see somebody that is having fever, don't just rush to health center, to one of the pharmacists or chemists and take drugs. Consult them. Let them diagnose and tell you what the problem is and give you the proper recommendations. And then you take it to the pharmacy, they will now give you the drugs and to help you. Now also, there are some people that no matter how malaria is stubborn, it doesn't affect them. While some people, they keep treating this malaria every time. There are some people that have very low immunity. When you have low immunity to malaria, every time you be falling sick. But there are some people, when they take facts, they would know that from year to year, they don't even used to be sick of malaria. Why? Because their immunity level is also very high. Now, the major thing that causes the resistance is what we call genetic mutations. There are mutational changes in the parasites that help it to fight against drugs. We will look at how the parasites develop this resistance against the different classes of drug. I think that is the main study that we are about to learn. Now, because of the numerous drugs that are available for the treatment of malaria, we cannot talk on all of them. We decided to look at the prototype for the different classes. And we choose, let's look at chloroquine. It's a prototype of the 4-aminoquinolones. The other one, primaquine, a prototype of the 8-aminoquinolones. The mefloquine, quinine, proguanine, and the artemisinin. That's why we just choose those ones. Let's illustrate how these organisms are able to evade their activities. Okay. So, it was found that chloroquine can destroy the seasons of the parasites in the liver and in the blood. But how does it act? When chloroquine was first discovered, we understood, or it was known, that chloroquine was very effective in the treatment of malaria. How does it go about treating malaria? Now, for us to understand, let us know what happened. when a mosquito takes in a blood meal, the blood is now, since the parasite is in the red blood cell, it dwells in the blood cell. Now, the parasite also takes in some hemoglobins from the blood where it is living, because it uses it, it degrades it, metabolizes it for its own metabolic needs. So when that happens, the hemoglobin is broken down to a product called heme. Heme is very toxic to the malaria parasite. Heme is very toxic to the malaria parasite. So in attempt to make sure that the malaria parasite is able to reproduce, feed, and at the same time evade the toxicity of the heme, it causes what you call crystallization of the heme. It makes the heme to crystallize or detoxify the toxicity of heme, bring many hemes together, and causes what you call hemozoin. Produce this hemozoin, which is not toxic, and then excrete it. So the malaria parasite can be in the blood, and then the heme will not cause any problem. Now, when they discover chloroquine, chloroquine was found to accumulate in the food vacuoles of the parasite. In other words, when you administer the drug chloroquine, it goes to the parasite and then travels into the food vacuoles of the parasite, where there is a breakdown of hemoglobin. Now, in order to make sure that you feel the effect of chloroquine, the hemoglobin, chloroquine refused to cause detoxification. It prevents the parasite from detoxifying the heme, and causes heme to accumulate in the food vacuole. So chloroquine causes heme accumulate in the food vacuole, cause toxicity, increase the toxicity. So that is how toxicity will build up with heme that is taken or that is broken down from hemoglobin to cause the death of the parasite. That is how chloroquine does its activities. So when it builds up in the food vacuole, it causes heme to also build up and produce toxicity and kills the parasite. When the parasite observes that, oh, this is what is happening, let us see how we are going to fight against this chloroquine. So let's go to the next slide. Now, this is just what happened. When chloroquine is taken, it gets protonated and block the conversion of heme to hemozoin, because hemozoin is non-toxic while heme is toxic. So let's see the next slide. Okay. In fact, just pass all this on. Go to the next one. Go to the next one. I'll use this one to explain what happened. Now, chloroquine is transported into the food vacuole of the parasite by a protein that is called P. falciparum chloroquine resistant transporter. Now, when that protein is there, chloroquine passes through that channel into the food vacuole. This is the transporter that carries chloroquine into the food vacuole. Some of you are sleeping. Please, I think this is academics, right? I just want, because if I have to just, you will not appreciate. So let me trying to see how to break it down so that you follow me up. So this is the thing that transports chloroquine into the food vacuole. Now, studies revealed that this protein has different sites whereby they can cause changes in the structure. Normally, when you have proteins binding, there is what we call lock and key. When the chloroquine is not able to bind to that protein, it cannot enter. And what really happens is that there are changes in the genes that code for this protein. Okay, let me explain in simple simple layman presentation. The protein chloroquine, p-falciparum chloroquine resistant transporter, is produced inside the parasite, but the production of the protein is coded in the genes of the parasite. So what the parasite just does is, instead of allowing this chloroquine to enter, let's change some of the the nucleotides that are there. Just so that these small chemists know what is nucleotides, so that the codes that are responsible for the genetic bodies. So when there are some of the changes, but it will still produce a protein for the parasite, chloroquine cannot bind to it and be transported inside again. So that is what the parasite did. Anytime you take chloroquine, say, don't worry, I have a soldier that is fighting against it. Chloroquine, you will not enter inside these blood vessels. You will not enter inside this food vacuole. You will not cause toxicity to me. That's why, if you like, when you have p-falciparum infection, take all the chloroquine in the world. You are wasting your time. So it will block it from entering into the food vacuole. That is how it causes resistance. Now the next drug is primaquine. Primaquine was found to be effective against all the liver stages, the schizoids, the merozoites. It was also found to be effective against the gametocytes. And it was also found to be effective against the hypnocytes. Now, the hypnozoid state is a dormant stage for P. ovale and the P. vivax. But P. falciparum does not have that stage. Now, when someone is having the infection with ovale and vivax, there will also be what you call dormant stage. If you don't take a drug that can wipe away that dormant stage, it will remain there. Even 10 years or 1 month after treatment, it will wake up again. That's the dormant stage. But P. falciparum does not have it. So this primaquine is able to fight against all the stages and is also used as a prophylactic agent. Let's go to the next slide. Now, the drug was first synthesized in the United States by 1946, and it acts to interfere with the generation of energy. Every human being, every organism needs energy to grow and reproduce. So when this drug enters into the system, it blocks the energy generation process. When it blocks that energy generation process, the parasite cannot grow again. And so because of that, it will remain, it will now be killed by the immunological agents that are released from the body, and the patients can easily recover. So there is no relapse stage also. It's able to kill all the primaquine is able to kill all the hypnozoid states and cause a clearance of all the parasites from the body. So this is how this drug acts against the parasites. The next slide will talk about, if you look at those areas, you see primaquine acts in the liver. That's a white thing with a blue arrow on it. That is the parasite in the liver. That is hypnozoid state. And we also have the merozoites from the liver and the merozoites from the blood. They are all attacked by primaquine. So if you look at this side, you see primaquine. Look at the other side, you see primaquine. That's what happened. Now, this drug has also started fading because the parasite has started developing resistance. In in the parasite, there are different types of transporters. We have the chloroquine, the P. falciparum chloroquine resistant transporter, and another one called the P. falciparum multi-drug resistant transporter. This multi-drug resistant transporter is the one that transports primaquine into the food vacuole of the parasite. So the parasite also undergoes mutational changes the way it does for the P. falciparum chloroquine resistant transporter, and causes or inhibits the transportation of primaquine into the parasites, and so it does not stop the energy generation process. That's what happened, and the organism or the parasite continues to live. The next drug is mefloquine. This was developed by the United States Army in 1970s, and is also kudos to our brothers here. Thank you very much for that work your people are doing for us. So we observed that the drug was effective against the schizont and also effective against P. falciparum and P. vivax. It also kills immature gametes. But how does it act? This drug uses the same transport system like chloroquine, and then it acts like chloroquine. In other words, it causes the accumulation of heme in the food vacuole, which causes toxicity to the parasite and then kills the parasite. So when that happens, the parasite is wiped out of the system. Now these are the processes or the areas, the sites where mefloquine acts. Next slide. Let's also see how this parasite is able to develop resistance. The same thing happens. The P. falciparum chloroquine resistant transporter and the P. falciparum multi-drug resistant transporters undergo mutational changes. When that happens, the site of binding of mefloquine is altered, and so it does not bind again, and so it cannot be transported inside, and so it will not cause the toxicity. That's the mechanism of resistance. So we are seeing that most of the resistance is coming from the transport system, transport into the parasite. It's using that means to fight against the drug. Let's look at the next one. Quinine was isolated from the cinchona, the bark of the cinchona tree in 1820, and it was effective in treating the schizonticide and also the gametocyte for P. falciparum, P. ovale, and P. vivax. Now the mechanism of action is similar to that of chloroquine. So we see once there is a resistance in one, all these ones that use the same transport system, there is what you call the cross resistance. Cross for all the drugs that use the same method. So there are mutational changes that occur in the P. falciparum chloroquine resistant transporter, the P. falciparum multi-drug resistant transporter, and then there's another one also called the P. falciparum sodium proton exchanger. That is also one of the transport system for this drug, and that also undergoes mutational changes. The next drug online is proguanil. Proguanil, first of all, is one of the first drugs that was found to have antifolate properties. What do I mean by that? Please go to the next slide. Let me explain from there. Now, that slide is showing us the process of synthesis of purines or production of purines from where deoxyribonucleic acids or the genes are made. So if there has to be growth in the bacteria, new genes will be formed, new proteins will be formed. All of them are coded in the genes, and the genes are produced by deoxyribonucleic acid called DNA. So what happens? The parasite needs deoxyribonucleic acid. It does not need the one that you have in your body to grow. It is able to synthesize on its own from para-aminobenzoic acid. There are enzymes that convert para-amino, one enzyme, dihydrotorate synthase. It converts para-aminobenzoic acid to dihydrofolic acid. Now, dihydrofolic acid is converted to tetrahydrofolic acid, from where purines and deoxyribonucleic acids are formed. Now, when this drug was first synthesized, in course of their study, it was observed that proguanil binds to dihydrofolic reductase, which converts dihydrofolic acid to tetrahydrofolic acid. So when it binds to that enzyme, it does not allow the dihydrofolic acid to bind to it, so that it cannot be converted to tetrahydrofolic acid, and therefore purines and deoxyribonucleic acids cannot be formed in the parasite. So that is how this particular drug blocks the formation of new genes and the production of the parasite. So what happened in course of the studies, or when this drug was first produced, in 1949. All right, please, let's I have just a few drugs remaining. Okay, so let's go to the resistance. So there are the resistance occur in the enzyme sequence that converts dihydrofolic acid to tetrahydrofolic acid. When that enzyme undergoes mutational changes, which are coded in the DNA, there will now be inhibition of this drug, and therefore there will be resistance. Let's look at the next drug. Finally, we have the artemisinin agents, which were discovered in 1971 by 2UU from the Artemisia annua plant. This was very effective even against the multi-drug resistant Plasmodium falciparum. But immediately they found that this drug was very effective. They decided that nobody should use this drug alone as a single monotherapy. So that's why if you look at the ACT drug, if you go to any market, say I want ACT, you will see any of these drugs, the artemisinins, in combination with another drug. So that is how they started giving this drug. Next slide, please. How does this drug produce its effect? When artemisinin is taken into the system, into the parasite, what happens is that it gets activated by HEM. HEM is produced by the parasite. HEM activates artemisinin and its analogs. When it activates artemisinin, this artemisinin that is activated produces free radicals, increases the oxidative stress within the parasite, and that is how the parasite is killed by this drug. So let's look at the next slide, and we'll see that this is exactly what happens. It takes in, and then inside the HEM activates the drug, and then the drug causes increase in reactive oxygen species. Next slide. Let's look at the resistance. When the parasite discovered that this drug is causing these problems, I think is the next one. Let's leave here because of time. So the parasite also started developing mutational changes in the transport system because it uses the P. falciparum chloroquine transporter and the multi-drug resistance. Thereafter, the parasite also decided to add the level of protection. When the blood is taken into when the parasite takes in the blood into the cytoplasm, there is a protein called P. falciparum Kelch 13 protein. This is the one that regulates the amount of hemoglobin that travels into the cytoplasm and then is converted to hem. So next, please, let's go back to the place. No, yeah, we are still talking about resistance. So what happens here is that there is also a mutational change in that protein, so that it reduces the amount of hemoglobin that can enter into the cytoplasm, and therefore the amount of hem that can activate artemisinin and its derivatives is reduced. That is how resistance was first developed for this drug also. And let's go to the next one. That's what I've just explained. So the way forward, how do we go about it? Presently, let me just briefly explain that there is what we call the TART. TART is a triple artemisinin combination, containing combination anti-malaria drugs. They found out that since there is this resistance, let us add 3 drugs together. One must contain artemisinin. 2 of them will contain other drugs that have different chemical structures and mechanism of action. We add all of these together and let's see whether the parasite will be able to try to develop resistance for all these 3. So that is exactly what is present on ground, the research that is on ground. And very soon, if it goes through, you begin to see artemisinin combination drugs with 2 different drugs that are inside. Next one, because of time, let's go to the final table, please. Final one. All this one is the same. So the way forward for research, as researchers, you have seen that the parasite is fighting against all these drugs by transport system. So researchers started looking at, let us see how we can attack the parasites from the cytosol, drugs that can affect the parasite from the cytosol. That's one area they are looking at now. Then another one is the apicoplast, which is responsible for fat metabolism in the parasite. That's another area of research. Then we also have the mitochondria. Then we have the targeting, the plasma membrane, and transporters of the drugs, and then the food vacuoles as drug targets. So these are the areas that currently research is going on. And if you are joining the fight against malaria, you should be focusing on these areas. So please, next slide. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause once again for Dr. Iserima for that beautiful presentation. I do believe that you have learned 1 or 2 new things about malaria, something that has cost the world lots of fortune. You can imagine a drug has been invented as way back as 19 something, and yet we're still battling malaria. Maybe we should probably just, we can't wait to get the innovation that will definitely get malaria out. But of course it starts with you. He told us earlier about what we've been doing wrong, how we take our drugs, first 2 tablets, next 2, I don't tire. And then you wonder, why is there still malaria? Now because of you. So ladies and gentlemen, right about now, we have to present, we have first of all 2 questions to take before we move to the next item on the agenda. If you have questions, 2 questions, please kindly indicate so that he can clarify before we allow him to take his seat. 2 questions quickly, just indicate with your hands up. So we all understood what he said. He was a great teacher, that's what it means. If you believe that you understood and you have no question, please, another round of applause for our teacher. A better one. I think a better one will do. Thank you so much, sir, for that one. Thank you, sir. So you could we can now go take your seat, but we'll be calling you up again on stage shortly. Thank you very much, sir. About now, we'll be presenting 2 awards to 2 persons that have done really well, that we appreciate them. We couldn't have done this without them.
First up on the list is Professor Z.A. Jeremiah. Round of applause for him as he comes up stage. Please appreciate him. He's a professor. Give me a professoral applause. And to present this, we have Mrs. Smith here, please.
Thank you very much. No, we don't have time, so we won't do that. But this is my father and also a mentor. He has mentored me so much. All I know, hematology and hematology, this is the father. Please let's celebrate Professor Z.A. Jeremiah. So this is a certificate of appreciation from EKPRIKPO Health Foundation. As a resource person, Professor Jeremiah, we appreciate you and God bless you.
Coming up next on stage to take his award of appreciation is Dr. Joshua Isirima. Please, can we welcome him as he comes up stage? And to present the award is the ASU chairman, Dr. Jane Obi Thomas. Please, can we please clap for her? She comes up stage to present this award. She's looking so beautiful. Please give her a beautiful applause. Thank you, Dr. Joshua. Thank you once again. Thank you, madam.
Thank you once again. I want to thank you especially, Dr. Isirima, for your lecture. I was trying to tell my friend that it's either or two things that we didn't have questions for you. It's either we understood everything or we didn't understand anything at all. But in this case, we understood everything. So we want to appreciate you. And on behalf of ERENS Foundation and in conjunction with MedLab Science Rivers State branch, I present this certificate of appreciation as a response person. Thank you very much and God bless you.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to introduce our third speaker, who's going to be taking us on the topic COVID-19 and its variants, Dr. Chris Mbata.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Are you doing an introduction? Then what are you waiting for now? So while that is going on, let me most sincerely commend the ERENS Foundation, which is for the first time we see an individual trying to do things like that, though in collaboration with the association. I think that is the way to go. So Eren, you have tried so much, at least pulling this crowd, and we hope that other foundations should also do a similar thing. All is just for the populace. I am so much appreciative of what you've done, and I'll reward you very, very soon.
Okay, sir. Sorry, Prof. So I think we had hiccups with the citation, but to do the official handover before you start, I would like to call on Mr. Opoda Stowe to present the award, the certificate for him. Then he goes straight to his lecture. Please let's celebrate Mr. Opuda Stowe.
A certificate of appreciation as a resource person presented to Dr. Chris Mbata JP at her first annual colloquium. This presentation is made by ERENS Foundation in conjunction with the Association of Medical Laboratory Scientists, Rivers State Branch.
All right. Well, we have all heard about COVID. We know that in the year 2020, we are all locked up in our various houses. Is it not? Especially in Rivers State, it was too tough that you can't even move out. Even though when you're a hair professional, you cannot even go to any place. But to me, God is a Nigerian. Because why I say so is this. Because if you hear the story from other countries, how many people die? They die like rats. But in Nigeria, we are sitting there. We dig the bar. Nothing is happening. So God actually gave us a divine protection in Nigeria. Because even those that died, they claim we are people. I don't think it will be malaria or any other thing. So we are safe in this country. Because what befell other countries, if you actually come to Nigeria, well, that would have been a disaster. But to God be the glory that we are all living and kicking. Well, I'm going to talk on COVID-19 and its variants. Though you have heard a lot about COVID-19, you already know a lot about COVID-19. You also know the precautions that you're supposed to take to avoid being infected. But let us go. Now we're going to look at the various outlines: introduction, mode of transmission, symptoms, diagnosis, prevention. Then we'll go to the variants proper. Now, as part of introduction, we already know that coronavirus disease was discovered in 2019 and is defined as an illness caused by a novel coronavirus called severe acute respiratory syndrome coronavirus 2 SARS-CoV-2. But formerly it was called 2019 nCoV. It was first identified in outbreak of respiratory illness in Wuhan city, Hubei, in China. It was initially reported by the World Organization on 31st December 2019. Then the WHO in January 30th, 2020 declared it the outbreak as global health emergency. Go on. Now, on March 11, 2020, the WHO declared it as a pandemic. Then they are called corona because of the crown-like spike. If you look at the drawing, you see something like crown-like spike on the surface of it. Go on. Globally, the death that has occurred as a result of coronavirus as at April 2022 have about 6.2 million. Then, of course, out of 506 million cases. But in Nigeria, our own country, out of 2,555 cell cases, we have about 3,143 deaths as of April 2022. The mode of transmission. Coronavirus is often found in bats. Ordinarily, they are found in bats, in cars, in camels. In those organisms, organisms, they don't actually cause disease. That is only when they shift and enter humans they start to cause it. It has been there. Not that it's not there. It has been there. It has been found in this organism. The virus may change or mutate as they transfer to other species like humans, where they cause disease even when they are harmless in the primary host, just as I said before. In the primary host, they seem not to cause disease, but once they find their way to humans, then problem will start. In humans, coronavirus spreads from person to person via respiratory droplets that are released into the air. When the infected person coughs, sneezes, talks, sings, or breathes near you, it can result from touching and shaking and hands and all that. So actually, that's why people wear face masks, because if somebody is infected and the person is close to you, if the person laughs, calls, sings, or something, you might, the likelihood of you getting it is there, can move from person to person. Then when the infected person comes, okay, that's it, then it could enter the body through the mouth, nose, eyes, directly from the. That's why you say everybody wear a face mask, cover from head to chin, to avoid the transmission of this virus. So most of the time, this then travels to the part of the nasal passages and mucous membrane into the back of the throat. It attaches to the cells and begins to multiply and then moves into the tissue. From there, it moves to other tissues of the body as well. Then the symptoms vary from person to person. Some persons are asymptomatic. You see them, they look healthy, but they have the virus there. And of course, you know that it also depends on the immunity of the person. If you have a lower immunity, it presents itself very fast. In general, these are the symptoms that you see: for fever or chills, cough, shortness of breath, or difficulty in breathing, tiredness, muscle or body ache, headache, loss of taste. Some people also notice a loss of taste. Then sore throat, congestion of or running nose, then nausea or vomiting. So, diagnosis. For early screening or diagnosis of SARS-CoV-2, the infected specimens are stated: nasopharyngeal, oropharyngeal swab, bronchoalveolar lavage plate, sputum, bronchial aspirate, or even blood. Can also see it in blood. That's go on. Then this is a typical example of what happens. It can be done with CT scan from the lungs, CT scan. Then they have the real-time PCR and other methods. They also have a ELISA method, and serology can also detect it through that way. That's the next one. Then diagnosis continuum. The routine clinical diagnosis of COVID-19 is primarily based on epidemiological history, clinical manifestations, and confirmed by a variety of laboratory detection methods, including computed tomography, that's CT scan. Then have a nucleic acid application test. Then serology techniques. And in all, real-time PCR is there. Sometime last year, the year before last, there are a lot of kits, rapid test kits that are used for these tests. But somehow, the Medical Laboratory Science Council rose to the occasion to actually evaluate these strips. But at the long run, it was discovered There is only real-time PCR that is the best. Other ones are not, they do not actually meet up the requirement. Go on. Now, prevention. Prevention, already we say wash your hands for at least 20 seconds after wiping your nose, or when you come in contact with somebody who has cold. And so definitely you have to wash your hand regularly. Then wear a multi-layered clothes, face mask to cover your mouth, nose, and chin. Then avoid touching your eyes, nose, and mouth. Cover your mouth and nose with these after sneezing or coughing. Then avoid contact within 6 feet. At least if somebody has fever, give him about 6 feet from where you stay, so that in case if he talks to you or if he laughs, he will not spread the virus. Then clean frequently. Use surfaces such as doorknobs or countertops with virus killing. There are virus killing disinfectants that we use. They use hand sanitizer. That one is a normal one. Even when you go to airport, even when we go to airport, they want us to use hand sanitizer. We just use it with one hand, rub with one hand, carry your bag with the other hand, and we'll go. The only thing is that God has been merciful to all of us. If not, it would have been disaster. They greet people with a friendly gesture instead of shaking hands. At least some people do it this way. Some people will give you this hand instead of shaking. You don't always can give elbow. Just give me elbow, I give you elbow. That is a way of greeting. That can be done that way. Then get vaccinated. Get what? Vaccinated. How many of us here are vaccinated? How many of us? Sure. Half of people here are not vaccinated. I don't know why. But there are many vaccines that are produced. The one that produced by AstraZeneca. I think that one is very nice. Though, after being vaccinated, you see have some challenges, feverish and all that, but it doesn't take time. After some time, it will just vanish. So try to get vaccinated. Then avoid crowded indoor spaces. Crowded indoors. At least the way you are sitting is okay. I know in those days they will tell you sit there. You just divide everybody in that form. But the funny thing is that if you go to a bank, they say wear nose mask. But the cashier is not wearing nose. They will just keep it and hang it there. So what's the difference between wearing it and hanging it halfway? Is it not the same thing as not wearing? But one thing I've even understood, I have some friends that had this COVID-19 and all that. They wear face masks all the time. What actually happened? Yeah, they wear face masks all the time, but all of a sudden they hear that the man is on oxygen. so you can see that this coronavirus is a different thing entirely. So let's go. Then the side effect, reported side effects of COVID-19 have also been, that is the vaccine. When you take it, you can have the following side effect: fever, but it is not, it's just short lasting. After some time, it goes. But if you have any of them, after taking the vaccine, don't be afraid. You can have mild headache, muscle pain, chills, diarrhea, pain at the injection site. After some time, they will all vanish. Just go on. Then the chances of any of these side effects following vaccination differ according to the specific COVID-19 vaccine. So it depends. The more serious or lasting side effects to vaccine are possible but absolutely rare. Vaccines are continually monitored to detect rare adverse effects. Let's go. Now, vaccines are always changing and can cause a new variant or strain of virus to form or emerge. Coronavirus have all genetic material in RNA. Then when virus infects those cells, of course, first of all, there has been a point of attachment After attachment, it will now penetrate. After penetration, then will start to make copies of new virus. So when that one is done, there could be some mistakes in terms of that multiplication. Then that is what we call mutation. That will now give rise to other variants. So these changes may happen randomly or by accident, which may make little or no difference in a person's health. Go on. The coronavirus can change and form different variants. Now, the first variant is the one we call Omicron. Omicron, we have heard about Omicron. In fact, at a point, the white man is of the view that coronavirus came from Nigeria or Africa. In fact, if they had seen a way to change the one that came from China to be in Africa, they would have done it. But it's not easy. So this Omicron came, that is Omicron B11529. This variant was first detected in specimens collected in November 11, 2022 in Botswana, South Africa. Then it was reported to World Organization November 24, 2022. This variant was discovered after COVID-19 infection suddenly began to rise. The Omicron variant causes higher risks of reinfection compared to other variants. So it consists higher risk of reinfection. That is, somebody may have suffered from it, after which the person is reinfected. There are people like that are reinfected again. So most of them are caused by this Omicron. Omicron is detected also by PCR. Next one. Then the Omicron variant is now the dominant strain in the US, hence called variant of concern. This category means the variant might have higher transmissibility, cause more intense disease, and may be likely to respond to vaccines or treatment. Experts recommend protecting yourself by getting the vaccine or a booster if you are eligible for it. So this Omicron, for the fact that I know that other diseases, if you are infected, the antibody will be formed to wait tomorrow for any other. But this one can also, somebody can be really infected, and the variant concern is this Omicron. The next one is Alpha. That's another variant. That is in the late 2020. Experts noted gene mutations in COVID-19 cases seen in people in southeastern England. That was why it came on. The variant has since been reported in other countries, including the US. It has higher risks of death. So this one kills a lot of people. Then the mutation is on the spike protein. That is on the surface. It's on the spike protein. That's why the mutation starts and helps the virus infect its host. This is what COVID-19 vaccine targets. So it targets the spikes, the protein on the spikes. Scientists estimate that these mutations could make the virus up to 70% more transmissible, meaning it could spread more easily. This one can spread more easily. Then they also have a beta. This is being found in other countries, including South Africa and our own dear Nigeria. Beta variant appears to spread more easily than the original virus, but does not seem to cause worse illness. So that could be the reason why we don't suffer from it, because the one we have is this beta and it doesn't spread like that. So that's only a few persons who get it, because if Omicron comes to Nigeria, then that will wahala. So the next one is Gamma. In January 2021, experts spotted this COVID-19 variant in people from Brazil who had traveled to Japan. So actually, it came from Japan, where those who traveled from Brazil to Japan. It was found in Brazil, but they traveled to Japan. Then Gamma variant appears to be more contagious than the earlier strains of the virus, and it may be able to infect people who have already had COVID-19. Next one. Then the report from Brazil confirmed that 29-year-old woman came down with this variant after an earlier coronavirus infection a few months later. The changes in variants helps the virus to make antibodies from the immune system. Then the next one is Delta. Delta variants was spotted in India in December 2020. It caused a huge surge in cases amid April 2020. Delta variant spreads so rapidly and shows no sign of slowing down. It's rapid in it spreading. Then getting the vaccine is the best way to slow down the spreading of the coronavirus and protecting from death. So in this case, getting the vaccine is the most important thing. So if you get the vaccine, it can help. The highly contagious variant was found in 178 countries, including USA, UK, Australia, and all over Europe. The next one is Moyo, MU, pronounced Moyo. It was found in Colombia in January 2021. Pronounced Moyo. In June 2021, CDC says Moyo reached a peak and it made up less than 5% of variants going around the countries. Who stated Moyo has mutations that might make COVID-19 vaccine and our immune system less effective against it, as a result of which it is called variant of interest. The ROI variant, that's another one, ROI variant. So this was detected in a number of countries, including Japan. There was an outbreak in Kentucky, nursing home in March 2021, when the unvaccinated unvaccinated healthcare worker passed it to 45 other staff, who labeled it a variant under monitoring. In April 2021, meaning that some of these characteristics may pose a future risk to humans. Then you have other ones, Epsilon, Theta, and Zeta. So those ones are listed as variants of interest and were downgraded by who, and they are still being monitored. These ones are not really developed, but they are still being monitored. In conclusion, the virus that causes coronavirus will probably keep changing and new variants will be found. And it becomes possible that on populists and researchers should be vigilant. The general populace is advised to maintain safety protocols by washing of hands regularly and for use of hand sanitizers and wearing of face masks in public places would be observed. With all this, the spreading of coronavirus will be contained worldwide. Thank you for being a wonderful audience.
Thank you very much, sir. Can you just jam those hands together once again for our own Dr. Chris Mbata? That was a wonderful presentation on COVID-19 and its variants. Before he goes back to his seat, I want you to, if you really understood what he taught, just raise your hand up to ask your question for better clarification. Yes, sir. The second person, please. From this line. Okay, thank you. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Mbata, for the lecture. The question I want to ask is maybe it's a mix of the Omicron when it was discovered. From the slide I saw November 2022, and we are not yet in November. Maybe it's a mix-up from the slide. The Omicron is an observation.
Go back to it, let me see. Okay, it's an observation. Okay, we'll note it. We'll note it. Okay.
Thank you, Prof. Doc, for the lecture. I just have a little worry. My question is, the variant that is found in Nigeria and Africa, is it that is not as virulent as the other ones that are found in Ecuador, US, and all Italy? And could that be the reason why they say that malaria is helping us? So at least I want something to answer this question.
Well, I think I've talked of the variant that is found in Nigeria. I talked about it. Is here. That's the beta variant in Nigeria. So the other ones are found elsewhere, as stated in the lecture, maybe in London and all that. So, well, anyway, in case of malaria, relationship with malaria has its own part. COVID-19 has its own part. But even though the symptoms are similar, the symptoms are almost the same thing. But COVID-19 kills more than malaria. We can attest to that. Doesn't it? It kills more than malaria. Because malaria will give you some time. COVID-19 doesn't even give time and it kills. So unless it's faster. But malaria takes time. If you take your drug, it goes up. But COVID-19 is very fast in killing. So I think that's why they are not friends. They just have their way out.
Next person, please. So let's take this. Second question, please. Over to her, please.
Thank you, sir, for the lectures. My question is, like, as you have said, different virulence in different places. My question is it from the same host? Like, as you said, from birth, is it from the same host that you can get different of this COVID-19, or is different hosts can transfer different ones?
No. What I said about the virulence I talked about mutation. Mutation when it starts to multiply inside the whole cell. There are some mistakes that could be made. That's what results to those strains. So, well, the one in mosquito, the one in a camel, or the one in this could be the same. But the only thing is that when it enters humans, that's where the problem comes. Or said it originally that in the primary host, there's no problem there. But once it enters the human host, that's where the problem starts. So it could be as a result of mutation when there's a change during the time of multiplication. That's when you have the variance.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Keep clapping as he goes back to his seat. Okay. While this second speaker came up, we had the presence of Dr. Obioma Azunwo. Can we clap our hands together for him, please? And then while the third speaker was on, we had the presence of Professor E.A. Bartimius. He is the current HOD of Medical Laboratory Science, Rivers State University. Jam those hands together once again. Welcome, sir. Right now, without wasting time, we are going to go straight to the fourth speaker before we have our break. And that's the person of Dr. Easter Godwin Walker. But before he comes on stage, we are going to read his citation. Please put your hands together for him.
Brief profile of Dr. Easter Godwin Walker. Dr. Easter Godwin Walker is a medical microbiologist and a senior lecturer of the Department of Medical Laboratory Science, Rivers State University. He is the coordinator, Molecular Biology Unit, as well as the chairman, Departmental Entrepreneurship Unit at the university, besides a PhD from Rivers State University in 2015. Dr. Easter also holds a PGD in management and a diploma in safety/security management. He has had extensive diagnostic practice on the bench and was formerly an assistant chief medical lab scientist, UPTH. His research interest is pathogen genomics, antimicrobial resistance, and biorisk management. Dr. Easter is passionate about combating AMR and serves in several technical committees/groups involved in policy initiation, guidelines, and advocacies. Dr. Easter is the director of publications at AMR Scientific Hub in Nigeria, where he also assists in coordinating workshops and training. He is a biosafety professional with double certification of the International Federation of Biosafety Association, Canada. Dr. Easter is a certified biorisk management trainer with access to Global Biorisk Management Curriculum Library hosted by Sandia National Laboratories, USA, and has had series of local and international engagements. A trained malaria microscopist, he was the Rivers State Coordinator, Supportive Supervision and Assessment of Malaria Diagnosis, Implementation and Stability Monitoring Studies of RODTs in private healthcare facilities in 12 states in Nigeria in 2016. He has also been involved in COVID-19 diagnosis since 2020. Dr. Easter was the state chairman of AMLSN River State branch from 2013 to 2017 and currently the National Secretary of the Nigerian Biological Safety Association, Vice President, Society of Scientists in Infectious Disease, and also appointed on the Board of Trustees of several organizations, SSID, NIBSA, IAMQIE, amongst others. Dr. Easter is a global mentor under the IFBA Global Mentorship Program. He has published several articles in reputable peer-reviewed scientific journals. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, join me in welcoming a true research scholar, Dr. Easter Godwin Walker.
Good afternoon, all. Please permit me to stand on the existing protocol. I will be talking and sharing with us briefly on modern techniques of diagnosing malaria and COVID-19. The discussion will go by this format. Next slide. Of course, major foundation has been laid from when we heard from the keynote speaker and then from other presentation we've had this morning. I would like to actually run, faster. We are actually talking about modern methods of diagnosing malaria and COVID-19, and very important because majorly medical lab scientists and other laboratory workers are those who actually would tell you malaria is here, and then you go and then begin to get treated, or COVID-19 is here before anyone gets treated. And it becomes very, very important that we need to share together some of these. By introduction, diagnosis of infectious disease is often, challenging, as it is the basis of effective management. So, whereas COVID-19 emerged just recently, malaria has been here with us for quite some time, endemic in our society here. But both conditions present enormous diagnostic challenges. However, several methods and protocols have been put out to facilitate and aid in early diagnosis. Next slide. We've had a lot of definitions for this. Please, just next slide. Of course, this is a brief about how we got to SARS-CoV-2 in 2019. Haven't had some other viruses that looked alike. Next slide. Briefly, of course, we've also shared about the biology of SARS-CoV-2. It's basically an RNA virus in the family of coronavirus, and then of course related to the Middle East respiratory syndrome and then others. Its genome sequence shares about 96% homology with the bad coronavirus RATG 13 genome, and 80% with the severe SARS-CoV, and then about 50% with the MERS. The genome is a large positive sense single-stranded RNA and composed of about 30,000 nucleotides in length. Next slide. If we look at the structure we have there, we said the viral envelope actually consists of a bilipid layer, where the membrane M, envelope E, and then the spike structured proteins are anchored. I'm sorry, I don't have a pointer here, but if you look at the drawing there, and then so a subset of coronaviruses, specifically members of the beta coronavirus subgroup, also have a shoulder spike-like protein, solid protein called the hemagglutinin esterase, as HE. Next slide. Actually, this is a representation of the virus genome. I had already mentioned before about the the genomic length, how many nucleotides, about 30,000 of them. But then this is about the largest of all the RNA viruses in this family. Go to the next slide. Mode of transmission. I've heard the other speaker talk about mode of transmission. Of course, droplet from an infected person, airborne. These ones are a bit queried, still under contention whether to accept or not. Of course, there are some studies that have demonstrated their presence in anal swab and blood. Next slide. I think some persons have made some comments about this clinical features and pathophysiology. He has talked about headache and all that. Next slide. Yeah. Next slide. Now, the S gene, which is characteristic of the coronavirus, codes for the receptor binding spike protein that allows the virus to actually infect the cell through the receptor angiotensin converting enzyme. And this is very important. Now, attached on that receptor, we're looking at what happens at the surface of the lung cell, and then from where it attaches to the surface producing cell. Now, the virus through the S spike binds to the type 2 cell. It penetrates and then kills the type 2 cell, and then initiates some other inflammatory processes leading to violent inflammatory response that may eventually lead to other complications like kidney failure and all that. Next slide. Are we there already? Now, all those ones are just preliminaries, because we actually need now to talk about, how do we find out that this man has it or this woman does not have. And that's why we come SARS-CoV-2 diagnostic methods. Now, given the infectious nature of SARS-CoV-2, a fast and accurate diagnostic tool are also very important to detect the virus. Now, the molecular methods here, especially in the molecular methods, the intention here is that there are some specific genes, like what we have seen around the envelope. So we saw what we now call N, E, S, and then RNA-dependent RNA polymerase, which constitute the basis of differences between diagnostic kits. Many of the kits that we have and that we purchase for our various diagnostic platforms, tend to be tailored towards targeting any of these genes. It can be a combination of two. It can be depending on the locality. Now, the interim guidance of the WHO in March 2020 actually suggests that the confirmation of suspicious cases by nucleic acid amplification in an area with no COVID-19, in other words, where there is relatively low prevalence, there must be two in such area, in an area with no COVID-19, using at least two different targets in the SARS-CoV-2 genome. However, in areas where the pandemic is widely diffused, the case is determined to be positive by screening only a single distinctive target. So this becomes what a center can decide to adopt. In other words, in the setting, we now look at what is happening around our setting. What is the information we have? A part of this will be data-driven. That can lead us to adopt one protocol or change the protocol because of our own peculiar situation around us. The two frequently used protocols for the nucleic acid amplification technology for COVID-19 detection are real-time quantitative polymerase chain reaction. And then, of course, also has a high throughput sequencing detection for RNA of COVID-19. Here, many of the methods that we are talking about here depends on quantitation. That's by the quantitative PCR. Next slide. I'm really sorry that somehow I thought that maybe also part of it that I thought that my slide may undulate between PowerPoint and what should be like a rig test. Now, one of the methods here is the reverse transcription polymerase chain reaction. And in this case, of course, the process will begin with swabbing a sample from a person person's nose or throat, in which generally the virus gathers. Now the second step will consist of extracting the virus, that's the virus particle present in the swab, and then obtaining a complementary, that's cDNA, by reverse transcription using a reverse transcriptase enzyme. And then onto this is added the nucleotides, the short DNA primers, and then we now do our amplification. And then following that, in this quantitative method, we have a fluorescent probe that is released once the polymerase reaches the reporter sequence. So this fluorescent signal indicates that our strand has actually been copied. So the amplification process will now be repeated, and then in most cases, depending on also the center, you can have between 35 to 40 cycles before the signals come on, and then when we can now accept our result. Now, numerous reverse transcripted PCR test kits for clinical diagnosis using several specimens are actually available, whether nasopharyngeal swab or oropharyngeal swab and sputum, and then they target different regions of the virus genome. Well, of course, there are some examples here, like the open reading frame 1AB, and then the M and E genes that are also now available, depending on what kind of kit that you are using. And so they should be able to target any of these genes. Now, despite the importance given for reverse transcriptase PCR, some pre-analytical and other analytical issues may contribute to threatening its correctness. For example, inadequate procedures for collection of sample, and then proper transportation and storage of samples. Those can be challenges. We can have issue of personnel qualifications, where those who are performing the investigations are not trained enough or not well experienced in the interpretation of result and the entry of data. And then we have use of inadequate assays. Inadequate assays here, like I mentioned before, from what the WHO recommends, depending on your local setting and what appears to be the prevalence around that area. So you get to maybe a place where you are now using only the detection of one target to accept your result. It becomes a problem. Now you can also have malfunctioning equipment. Of course, all these ones are part of the errors that you can have in the lab. They actually need to be addressed. They may affect our result. For all these reasons, the sensitivity and specificity of the reverse transcriptase is not actually 100%. Are we there? Are we there? Next slide. The next method that can be used is what is referred to as droplet digital PCR, ddPCR. In this case, the quantitative PCR data here could be affected by, of course, be affected by the reverse transcriptase. But to overcome this drawback, this recent technology is now based on conventional PCR. So it works with absolute nucleic acid amplification, and is based on a kind of trace system where you have limited dilution, endpoint PCR, and then Poisson statistics. So it is data driven, and you need to do some form of calculation. But what happens is that, next slide. When okay, the previous slide. Now, in the first place, so with this new technology, the samples actually are partitioned into tens of thousands of oil droplets, prior to amplification. The machine does that. Next slide. Now, after the endpoint is reached, then performed in a conventional PCR thermocycler. So the precise concentration of that, the target nucleic acid, and then the Poisson statistics of the droplets are calculated, that's what happens here. And then eventually we arrive at what should be acceptable in that kind of situation. Now, one of the outstanding advantages of the ddPCR is that it can be used for extreme low quantifications. In other words, they are more, sensitive, than the reverse transcriptome. So it can pick very low quantities of the virus, and that is very, very important. So in COVID-19 diagnosis, the method demonstrates a high ability to detect the infection in low viral load specimen, with an improved limit of detection, sensitivity and accuracy that leads to less false negative and false positive result compared to the reverse transcriptome. So this one gives more specific, and then it's more sensitive, and then so can pick very low quantity of the virus compared to RT-PCR. Now this is loop-mediated isothermal amplification LAMP that makes use of a single tube technique for nucleic acid amplification, and then that under isothermal conditions like a temperature of about 65 degrees Celsius, we can achieve our amplification. The method employs DNA polymerase and a set of 4 specially designed primers that recognize 6 distinct regions on the target gene. So that target gene, about 6 distinct regions are identified. So you can amplify a few copies of DNA to massive amount of in less than an hour. This one also has the advantage of time. And then in our reverse transcriptase, we have something that can take about 3 hours, 4 hours. But here, in less than 1 hour, that is done. So LAMP has high specificity, sensitivity, and is simple to execute. That's the advantage of LAMP. Next slide. Go to the next slide. This one is clustered regular interspaced short palindromic repeats, what they call CRISPR. Now, in CRISPR, what happens here is that there are it's a family of acid sequences, nucleic acid sequences that are characteristic of prokaryotic organisms. So, in some bacterial group, so you have some set of nucleotides that you have these clusters of interspaced short palindromic repeats. And what happened is that they have been characterized, and you have CRISPR-Cas9, CRISPR-Cas12, Cas13, and so many others. But for the purpose of amplification here, each of these has their own unique properties. Now, for example, in disease diagnosis, you have CRISPR-Cas12a and 13a that are more appropriate for use. And then so, while 13a is RNA specific, which makes it valid for COVID-19, that of 12 is actually specific for sorry about that. So the CRISPR-Cas-based technology, in addition to the fact that it does not require sophisticated equipment, has good potential for application in detecting emerging diseases. It's actually a system that it can use to chop off, in a sequence of DNA that may recognize some specific points, and then recognize some specific alignments of nucleotide and bases. So they have specific points where they can cut, and then they are actually produced by some set of microorganisms. So that also helps in detecting some kind of sequence alignment on some particular variants of COVID. So this one also gives a very good result, and then in a timely manner for about 30 minutes. It's still under studies, and then they're having some trials that have eventually tend to validate that this is being used for COVID testing. Next slide. Next slide. This one is NGS, which has to do with the new generation sequencing, and then this one is more data driven. Many times we hear, like the last speaker was talking about variants. Now, normally, after a particular COVID maybe result has been obtained, and then the entire RNA sequence is dumped into NCBI, which now gives us an idea of the variant or the type that we have here. Now, it is only from the analysis of that complete genome that we now begin to know that, yes, this is the one that is available here, and that can only be done with this new generation sequence. So it's also data driven. Are we together? Are we together? Now, the workflow of this method for COVID-19 detection is based primarily on library preparation applied after RNA extraction using the TrueSeq stranded total RNA library. That's exactly what I'm saying here. So it is data driven. There are something that can pull out from the library and then analyze to see what has changed. And then this is also a way for analyzing and detecting, because we just hear that, oh, we have Omicron variant. How did we know? Why? People have gone back to pull out what are already in the library and then begin to analyze and then put them side by side with other variants that have been submitted into the NCBI, and then see that this one is different. So after the analysis, we now come out and say, okay, because the base here is not aligning with what is here previously. So we can now use the loci, the locus of what we are seeing to give a name and say, this particular one is what we have here is a bit different from what we have perhaps in the Imo State. Are we together? Now, next slide. Those are some of the four in terms of nucleic acid analysis. So going further, we also have COVID-19 immunoassays, which has to do with our antigen antibody analysis. So in the serological methods, these methods offer high throughput alternative and show some advantages over reverse transcripted PCR. The advantages are they minimize the risk of false negative results, while RNA, unlike RNA, antigens and antibodies are known to be more stable. The rapid detection of specific immune protein by serological assays consists in depositing the test sample, that's the whole blood or serum or plasma, and then on a cartridge. Of course, many of us are already used to, either for what we do, malaria, heredity, and all that. And then that's what happens. So, so the antibody that is present in the patient's sample will bind on the antigen, and then that is immobilized in the cartridge. And then depending on whether we are using a gold colloidal or a fluorescent, it will now give us a particular band from which we read out whether it is positive or negative. And then for the serological examination, of course, we are actually looking for whether we have two types of immunoglobulins, maybe the IgG or IgM. The IgG will show up especially in a new infection, and then the IgG will give us an idea whether it is a previous one. Now, next slide. So I just said this one here, what happens to our IgG or IgM. Now the next one is the antigen detection method. Of course, in the other one, we're actually collecting the serum or plasma of the patient. In this case, we are looking at detecting the antigen, which should be more specific, and this is based on specific SARS-CoV-2 antigen detection, and it is intended to directly reveal in a respiratory secretion the highly expressed viral antigens during virus replication. It has a suboptimal sensitivity and requires adequate concentration of the antigen. The principle relies on mobilization of the sample along the test strip by capillary action. That's what we said. So the target antigen can be captured either by fluorescent label or colloidal gold antibodies. These are what the manufacturers will eventually label on what we need to include there. And then in case of colloidal gold-based immunoassays, the antigen is highlighted by visible lines. Many of us who do RDT, these are general principles of RDT. Next slide. Next slide. The next one is chest computed tomography, which the last speaker mentioned something, about that. So whereas we have reverse transcripted PCR or viral nucleic acid, which is considered as a reference standard, there is also the issue of its false positive rate, and so maybe restricted. So the chest computed tomography is an indispensable assistant diagnostic procedure for individuals with high suspicion, and then with negative quantitative screening, because this has to do with direct examination of the picture of the internal organs. So it is timely and simple to perform. It is readily available, and then it is more sensitive than the reverse transcriptase. Next slide. The other one has to do with biosensors. COVID-19. Sorry, that's an error. COVID-19 biosensors that should be able to detect, some biomarkers, in the sample. There are some works that have been done around this area, and then they've also proven to be very, very sensitive and reliable as for testing of SARS-CoV-2. Then the next one is the new detection technique using the scent of coronavirus. There are also some modern methods now where they can use some kind of, the smell to detect that there is the presence of COVID-19 in this sample. Are you following? He said, "Who go smell them?" With the aim of carrying out large-scale screening and startup, so you have some nanoscents that have been developed. There are things that will give us olfactory tests. Now, this detection technology is based on olfactory fingerprint analysis algorithm, and is currently being tested as part of a pilot project in Europe and some other countries. The startup analyzed the breath of 1,000 contaminated subjects to identify odors that are characteristic of SARS-CoV-2 contamination. And the first test result showed an accuracy of around 85%. So this also a method that is in development, in terms of diagnosis of COVID-19. So let's go to the other one, malaria. So many things have also been said about malaria. I will not bother by going through all this because we've heard from our speaker. Doc, thank you for that. You said so much about malaria. So just go, this actually, the diagnosis, the illustration of the pathway. Now come to the methods. Methods of diagnosis of malaria. Microscopy still remains the gold standard for malaria diagnosis. However, there are antigenic detections that require only a drop of blood. And they will also have immunochromatographic tests, also called RDT. And then we have urine and blood-based testing that are still being explored. Many of them have not really been validated. Next slide. Now, diagnosis of malaria by microscopy. Microscopy, involving the examination of thick and thin blood film under the microscope is the age-long method of diagnosing malaria and requires considerable skill, intensive labor, and time, leading to longer turnaround time. Now, this one is very, very important here because, like somebody said, what has been here with us for a very long time. Because we are talking about, you know, methods of detecting malaria. And then I remember that when the provost of the College of Medical Sciences was living here, he now said that this is also an opportunity for us to reflect, you know, on the things that we do, you know, on the bench, whether we're getting it right and we're not getting it right. I think it's also part of a challenge that we'll throw to ourselves. Talking about microscopy, which is the gold standard. We have a lot of other methods. They say, irrespective of these shortcomings, it is still the gold standard for diagnosis of malaria, both in medical practice and research. Now you discover that in Nigeria, I don't think that we have up to 5 persons that have attained, you know, level 1 of the WHO certification in terms of malaria microscopy. There are many around level 3. There are many around level 2. There are many that are just starting. I think just very few persons. And that becomes very, very important that recently somebody was presenting a protocol for a research. And then I was quick to ask the fellow. I said, now that you are doing this work now, you are talking about how you are going to get data on malaria microscopy and quantification, parasite quantification and speciation. How are you going to do that? Because you are doing the research. Are you going to engage someone? And that question was not really answered because it appeared the individual, you know, was still to find out more about what he's going into. And these are some serious gaps, you know, in what we are doing. I think we should focus also on that. You know, let's get some malaria microscopy training. Let's see how we can get more and more certified persons that will. Oh, thank you very much. Now, next slide. So I've said about malaria microscopy. I have here, we have some challenges that have to do with lack of training and retraining on malaria microscopy. We need to, you know, do something about that. Next slide. We have other available parasite-based diagnostic tests, like the immunofluorescent microscopy. We have the LAMP that I mentioned before. We have the immunological aspect, the PCR that will target whether you want to target the species itself or you want to target anti-malaria resistant strains. So you are looking at resistance of the parasite, or you are looking at the species, the particular one you are dealing with. So you can do that, achieve that with PCR. Next slide. These are all other new diagnostic methods, immunographic tests using rapid tests. You have molecular methods, and then you have also quantitative Buffy coat method. I don't know whether it's still very common here, but somehow WHO also recommends. And for this method, it's almost a win-win because you may not miss the parasite. For the team and team film, which use a lot of the Romanowski stains, it is possible to have artifacts. But for quantitative Buffy coat, it is possible that you are able to recognize the parasite, and then you may not mix it with an artifact. Next slide. So in conclusion, while it is known that malaria and COVID-19 diseases have a lot of overlapping symptoms, adequate knowledge and understanding of diagnostic methods and protocols will be of immense advantage to patient care and epidemiological surveillance in our setting. There is therefore the need for training and retraining of laboratory personnel. ERENS Foundation, please take note. Absent Rivers, take note. I think this is part of my own advocacy. Then also, it behooves authorities concerned to adequately provide the needed resources, whether in equipment, in manpower, in money, that's financial and others, to make sure, and in a timely manner, to make sure that we move away from many of the things that still bedevil our health situations here and challenges. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together again for him. The following car owners need to repark car number ABC 20780 and MHA 497KA. Please, you need to repark. All right. Special award recognition. Wish to specially recognize Dr. Teresa Awotu Jeremiah, who's the chairman, Association of Female Medical Laboratory Scientists, Rivers State University, and another award presentation to Professor E.A. Bartimius, the HOD, Department of Medical Laboratory Science, Rivers State University. This award will be presented by Dr. Hannah Omunakwe.
All right, let's have the citation of Professor E.S. Bartimius, please.
Professor Ibirin Agana Samuel Bartimius, KSC GP FWAP CMLS. Professor Ibirin Agana Samuel Bartimius was born on 1st of January 1964 at Ayama, Ghana Town in Andoni local government area of Rivers State. He had a very humble beginning in life. He had his primary education at Odidin Central Ghana between 1971 to 1976. In 1977, he was admitted into the premier and glorious government secondary school, Ungo, now in Andoni local government area, Rivers State. In 1983, he passed the Rivers State University of Science and Technology qualifying entrance examinations to study medical laboratory science in hematology and blood transfusion science option in the Department of Biological Sciences. However, by the time he got to his final year, most of the foreign lecturers in medical laboratory science had left the university. Bartimius led the struggle for the sustenance of medical laboratory science in the university, a move that led to switching to clinical biochemistry as his graduated option in 1987 with a second upper division. He also had his Master's of Science degree in biochemistry from the University of Port Harcourt in 1991. He also became an associate of the then Institute of Medical Laboratory Science in 1990. He obtained his Doctor of Philosophy, PhD degree in chemical pathology from the Department of Medical Laboratory Science, Rivers State University, Port Harcourt. When the crisis of having qualified medical laboratory scientists to teach medical laboratory science hit his alumni in 1991, the young enterprising Bartimius was employed into the department. He tirelessly taught most of the courses in the department for a reasonable number of years before the situation improved. He contributed immensely to the training of most medical laboratory scientists in the South-South and Southeast geopolitical zones in Nigeria. As an academic, he possesses highly developed qualitative and quantitative research skills with a strong capacity to conduct independent research. He has demonstrable ability to develop goals, objectives, and implement strategies through lesson planning and teaching experience. He has shown proven ability to conceptualize problems and develop well-reasoned and integrated solutions as demonstrated through PhD, Master's, and Honors research. He is an effective communicator with excellent planning, organizational and negotiation strengths to lead, reach consensus, establish goals, and attain results. The principal research interest of Professor Bartimius focuses on determination of cardiovascular disease risk factors amongst the Niger Delta population, the clinical impact of the disease, the socio-economic factors implicated in the prevalence of the disease, an attempt on establishing a causal relationship between the occurrence of risk factors of cardiovascular disease and the environmental factors in Nigeria, with emphasis on the Niger Delta region. His research interest also lies in the investigation of environmental pollutants, drugs of abuse, and its devastating and clinical impact on residents in Niger Delta region of Nigeria. The academic journey of Professor Ebere Batimius was tortuous and challenging. He patiently rose through the ranks. Employed as an assistant lecturer in September 1991, he was promoted to the rank of Lecturer 2 in 1993. In 2000, he was promoted to the rank of Lecturer 1 and later promoted to the rank of Senior Lecturer in 2003. He became an Associate Professor Reader of Chemical Pathology in 2017, and finally, in October 2020, Batimius was promoted to the rank of a Professor of Chemical Pathology. Professor Ebere Samuel Batimius is a member of several professional associations, amongst which are Association of Medical Laboratory Scientists of Nigeria, Nigeria Environmental Society, Nigeria Biological Safety Association, West African Society of Toxicology, Association of Clinical Chemists of Nigeria, African Federation of Clinical Chemistry and Laboratory Medicine, International Federation of Clinical Chemistry and Laboratory Medicine, American Association of Clinical Chemistry, African Society for Laboratory Medicine, and Hematology and Blood Transfusion Science Society of Nigeria. As an academic, he has risen through the ranks in the university system. Professor Ebere Samuel Batimius has handled several official positions within the university. He has been a Departmental Examination and Records Officer, represented Faculty of Science at the Faculty Board of Faculty of Technical and Science Education, member of Department of Medical Laboratory Science, Postgraduate Committee, Chairman of Department of Medical Laboratory Science, Welfare Committee, member, Dean Advisory Committee, Faculty of Science, member, Senate Business Committee and Academic and Graduations Requirements Committee, member, Faculty of Science Disciplinary Committee, Faculty of Science representative to the University Senate, and currently the head, Department of Medical Laboratory Science, Rivers State University, Port Harcourt. Professor Ebere Samuel Batimius has also served in various capacities in various administrations in Rivers State. He was appointed member of the panel to investigate the Rivers State Transport Company (RTC) franchise scheme by the Executive Governor Dr. Peter Odili in 2000. He was also appointed a commissioner in Rivers State Independent Electoral Commission (RCEC) between 2007 to 2011, and in between 2016 to 2020. Was appointed member of Rivers State Primary Healthcare Management Board. He has attended several local and international conferences. He has supervised over 50 students of Masters of Science and 13 PhDs in Chemical Pathology. Presently, a total of 10 MSc and 7 PhD students are at the verge defending their thesis under his tutelage and mentorship. He has published over 80 academic publications in reputable international journals and conference proceedings. He is currently a peer reviewer to a number of international journals, including International Blood Research and Reviews, Science Domain International, Journal of Advances in Medicine and Medical Research, Science Domain International, and Asian Journal of Research in Biochemistry, Science Domain International. In his career, Professor Ebere Samuel Batimius has won several awards, including Award of Excellence as Alumnus of the Decade by the Nigerian Medical Laboratory Science Students Association, Rivers State University of Science and Technology, Port Harcourt Branch, Accolade Award of Excellence as Irreproachable Role Model for Academic Contributions to Human Empowerment and Healthcare Delivery by the Nigerian Medical Laboratory Science Students Association, Meritorious Service Award in recognition of your role in manpower development by the Association of Medical Laboratory Sciences of Nigeria, Rivers State Branch, Excellence Gold Award 2011-2012 in recognition of commitment to excellence and integrity in professional practice and outstanding contribution to the advancement and promotion of biomedical science profession in Nigeria under the seal and authority of Lab News Crucial Communications Limited, Executive Directorate Award Board of Trustees. Professor Beriagana Samuel Batimius is also a Fellow of the West African Postgraduate College of Medical Laboratory Science, a Knight of St. Christopher of the Anglican Communion, and the Justice of Peace, JP, of Rivers State Ministry of Justice. Married to Lady Gwemajan Batimius, he has two lovely children, Esuk Awaji and Hepzibah Batimius. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome Professor Beriagana Samuel Batimius.
Good day, sir. I am so delighted on behalf of the ERENS Health Foundation to give you this award in recognition of your immense contribution to the body of knowledge within the healthcare profession, your uncommon leadership, and the tireless contribution to betterment of humanity. Congratulations, sir.
In the language of a comedian, I can say that I am flabberwhelmed and overgasted. I'm flabberwhelmed and overgasted, and I don't know what to say, but I want to thank all those who put their time together to consider me fit to be given an award of excellence at an occasion such as this. I won't say that I don't deserve it, because at least some things were read about me. But I will say that God will bless all of you, and it shows that maybe I'm making a contribution, and I'm poised to do more. And I will encourage us all to continue also to recognize more other persons that are contributing towards this profession. Let me tell us something. I know that this gathering, apart from some invited guests, are mostly composed of medical laboratory scientists. Am I right? And I must say that you guys will know that if we don't appreciate our own, we don't stand by the people, our own, we don't also blow our trumpets, nobody will blow it for us. I want also to let us know that because of the peculiarity of medical laboratory science, I use the word peculiarity because I know that when those who in their wisdom fashioned it out, I don't know how it came, but that there will be a profession called medical lab science. They didn't know it would be like this. If they had known that it would be like this, they wouldn't have done it. Now that it has been done, like the killing of Jesus on the cross, the devil is regretting, Satan is regretting, the demons are regretting, and you will also appreciate that everybody that are like our brothers are regretting that we are the way we are. So we must rise. We must rise to take our rightful place. So the time has passed when people will read medlab science just to obtain a certificate. We must read medlab science to make a contribution. The time has passed when medlab science are seen as people that walk under a staircase. We will continue to say it, and I will say it here because I know there are press here. And there are people who don't seem to understand what medlab science is. Medlab science is one of the professions that is within the healthcare system. People will say that we are allied to medicine. We are not allied to medicine. We are an independent profession. Somebody hear me. We are not allied to anybody.
And because we are not allied to anybody, if you attempt to remove us and put us down within the health system, it will collapse. Is somebody hearing me? It will collapse. I have said it somewhere and I will say it again. There is so much effort ganged up to put down medical lab science. Of course, we know, I didn't start there from the beginning, but I know that we have an history of why COVID was a problem in Nigeria, because the effort was like it was thought that it can be handled outside the lab, that scientists can be removed from it. And I want to make the fact very clear here. Somebody will hear me. Any system that attempts to play down on the pivotal role of the medical lab scientists in the healthcare system, that system is not better than a shrine. I will say it again so that people who are trying to run the Nigerian healthcare system, hoping that they can obliterate med lab scientists from it, when you do that, what we are going to have is going to be a shrine. And the people who will be found there will not be better than witches and wizards. So I'm making the simple point. The medical lab science profession is like, a profession. Some people see, I made a lecture yesterday on Friday somewhere, and somebody put a post, and it said on the post, if you want to swim at night without a lifeguard with you, if you want to swim at night, when you got drowned, please don't float on our beach. Any attempt to put away medical lab science from the health system is like a man swimming at night without a lifeguard. A lifeguard that can make somebody swim and not drown in the Nigerian health system, anywhere also, is the medical laboratory scientist. Having said, I want to thank the organizers of this occasion for what you have offered me today, and I want to promise you that I will try to do more. I have spent more than half of my life in this profession. I got into the profession in 1983 as a student, and I intend to retire out of it. So I will live my life as a scientist, and I will do my best. And I know that by the time we leave the stage, we must have gotten to a point where nobody can put us down. Thank you very much.
A warm round of applause for Professor E.A. Bartimius. The next award will be going to Mrs. January Harry Utomi for her giant strides and humanitarian services, to be presented by Dr. Adora Omuka Anna Cletus.
Citation, please. Citation, please. Utumi.
A brief citation of Mrs. January Harry Utomi. January Harry Utomi is a radio broadcaster at Radio Rivers with a Bachelor of Arts degree in French language, PGD and Masters in Mass Communication with a PhD degree in view. She is a controller in radio production and derives joy in producing the radio program Kids and Teen on Radio Rivers 99.1 FM for over 20 years. In addition to that, she produces Health and Lifestyle, a program that provides key information on health concerns and promotes health-seeking behavior and positive lifestyle in the society. She is the desk officer of UNICEF-assisted programs for children in her station and the chairman, Rivers Media for Health, a non-governmental network of media advocates for health issues in the state. January Harry Utomi has authored 2 books on the girl child and boys at puberty. She is a teen coach and teacher at First Love Assembly, Rumukuta, Port Harcourt. She's married with 3 beautiful children. She loves positivity and loves to impact knowledge. Distinguished guests, I present to you Mrs. January Harry Utomi.
great scientists, still standing on the existing protocol. I'm most delighted to give an honor to who honor is due, Ms. January Harry Utomi. On behalf of this great foundation, ERENS Health Foundation, in collaboration with Association of Medical Laboratory Scientists of Nigeria.RIVERS State Branch, I'm presenting this award in recognition of your selfless services to humanity. Great strides, dedication to duty, and exemplary support to healthcare practices in Rivers State and beyond. On this day, 25th of April 2022, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Start with their citations and everything. Where will I start? But I appreciate God for this honor and appreciate the young man, Mr. ERENS. From the first time I met him, I saw his drive and I knew that we are of like passion. And for Health and Lifestyles, which is my program on Radio Rivers 99.1 FM, we are with you all the way to the end. He is one young man I've seen with passion that you can count on and call up anytime. Sometimes I give him just a day's notice and he will not say no to me, unlike the medical doctors who are too busy. I understand that. I am not indicting you, okay? I'm not indicting anyone here, but he is full of passion and I love that in young men, young people, and that's what Nigeria needs at this crucial time in our life. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. God bless.
Thank you very much. All right, so to present the certificate of as a resource person here, we have Honorable Elder Honorable Demary Franklin to present the certificate of as a resource person to Dr. Esther Walker. Please, your hands together as they make their way. So Elder here is the Andoni Local Government Council Secretary. Please, let's celebrate him.
Well, it's an honor standing on behalf of the Executive Chairman of Andoni Local Government and being called upon by the ERENS EKPRIKPO Health Foundation to present this certificate. Therefore, Dr. Esther Godwin Walker, on behalf of ERENS EKPRIKPO Health Foundation, in collaboration with the Association of Medical Laboratory Scientists of Nigeria.RIVERS State, I have the honor and privilege on behalf of the Executive Chairman to present you this certificate as a resource person on this particular occasion. We are so present.
Thank you very much. Also to present the certificate to another of our resource person here, which is our able capacity Dr. Azunwo Obioma. Please, your hands together. So we'll just do the certificate presented to him because he's also going to come to make his lecture. But for now, is to honor him. Please, let's celebrate him as he makes his way. To present this award will be our brother from the United States of America. Please, let's celebrate Rashad. Please, your hands together for him. He's an American. Why not kidnap somebody's son?
Good evening, everybody, ladies and gentlemen. I wasn't really expecting to be up here presenting, but I'm very grateful for Aaron, and this is a wonderful foundation as me just coming to Nigeria for the first time. I've been having a very tough time with these mosquitoes, and they're very wicked, but I'm very proud to present this certificate of appreciation to Opium.
The man doesn't know anything about mosquitoes. So. All right. Also to present this to my madam, a woman I respect a lot. She's the HOD of hematology and blood transfusion, and of course, she's a woman with so much passion. She's also our first patron. I repeat, our first patron. When we started, I went to her knowing the kind of person she is, and of course, ever since she has been very supportive. Please let's celebrate Dr. Hannah Omonakwe. And to present this award, I would like to call on Dr. Joshua Iserima. Please, your hands together.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. On behalf of the ERENS Foundation, we want to present to you this award of excellence for your contribution to this foundation.
All right, if you look at your program, we are getting there. All right, at this point, we'll be giving an award to the Andoni local government chairman. And after that, we'll have the unveiling of our project. As a foundation, we have projects lined up. And of course, I'll be calling on my brother to do that. And after he does that, we continue. Please, let's celebrate the presence of the Honorable Erastus E. Awutu, the Andoni local government chairman. Please, citation.
A citation of a visionary leader, an honors me personality and an astute strategist. Born on Saturday, June 12, 1971, into the humble family of Mr. and Mrs. Ibama Charles Awotu of Asarama, an Asian community in Andoni local government area, River State, South Nigeria. As the fourth right child with a very bright prospect, the young Erastus attended UPE Primary School, Borokiri, Port Harcourt, sailing through seamlessly with an outstanding grade before proceeding to Government Comprehensive Secondary School, Port Harcourt, and emerging flying colours in the West African Examination Council, WAEC, in 1988, at a time when the standard of education was high and very competitive. Driven by his strong passion for education anchored in his belief that education develops and brightens the prospects of an individual, Erastus proceeded to River State University, which was then known as River State University of Science and Technology, where he bagged second-class honors, upper division, LLB in the 90s. As an undergraduate of law in 1995, Erastus Awotu was the president of Law Students Association of River State University, where he championed and advanced the course of law students of River State extraction. In keeping with his track record of academic excellence, Erastus Awotu finished from the Nigerian Law School again with a second-class honors, upper division, LLB.
He had a successful career spanning through the private and public sectors for over 20 years. As a seasoned legal practitioner of repute, Erastus Awoto was the principal counsel of his own law firm and the property negotiator to Nigeria's telecommunication giant MTN before venturing into Rivers State's public sector, where he served in various capacities. In the bid to boost his intellectual prowess in law and his academic credentials as well as his profile, Erastus Awoto went back to school to advance his education at the Rivers State University, where he obtained Master of Law LLM. Erastus Awoto Esquire has made tremendous contribution to advance the jurisprudence of rule of law in Rivers State. He served in various capacities in Port Harcourt branch of Nigerian Bar Association, first as a member of the NBA committee from 1999 to 2001, secondly as Assistant Secretary of the NBA Port Harcourt branch between 2001 and 2003, and lastly as elected Public Secretary of the NBA Port Harcourt branch. As an incorruptible attorney with high sense of fairness, equity and justice, Erastus Awoto Esquire served as member of Rivers State Local Government Election Petition Tribunal in 2010, where he and other erudite members of the tribunal delivered impeccable and acceptable judgments, thereby resolving all disputes arising from the 2010 council poll to the satisfaction of all parties. In his foray into politics, Erastus Awoto served as council secretary to the elected council executives of Andin local government in 2011. As an astute administrator per excellence, Erastus Awoto also served as secretary to the board of Greater Port Harcourt City Development Authority from 2015 to 2020. He was appointed in 2020 as special advisor to Rivers State's governor on Niger Delta Development Commission matters by His Excellency Chief Barrister Yesom Ezenwonwike, CONGSSRS POS Africa, a position he held until his election as council chairman of Andin local government at the April 17th council poll in Rivers State. His emergence as sole PDP chairmanship candidate and his subsequent overwhelming victory at the poll underscored his wide acceptance by the people of Andini. His victory at the council poll, which was greeted with huge celebration across board, was a unifying factor and a rallying call for all sons and daughters of Obolo extraction. Erastus Charles Awoto Esquire came on board as council chairman of Andini with vast experience spanning through private and public sectors. As a true Obolo son and a thoroughbred of Andini who understands the immediate and remote causes of the security, socio-economic and development challenges bedeviling Andini, he came on board on the 17th of June 2021, addressing these myriads of challenges head-on. Today, the footprint and achievements of the Awoto administration in just 6 months in office as council chairman can be visibly and tangibly felt through the length and breadth of Andini. He came on board with a robust, all-encompassing and people-oriented blueprint hinged on improved security, infrastructural development, access to basic healthcare, human capacity development, access to quality education, access to safe drinking water, and improved sanitary condition, massive job creation, economic prosperity, and restoration of justice system in Andini. The achievements of the Andini Council Chairman Erastus Charles Awoto Esquire JP are verifiably visible in the following key performance indicators. 1. Restoration of peace and security Andini, distribution of relief materials to displaced persons, safe return of displaced persons to their communities. 2. Provision of potable water facilities. 3. Road rehabilitation and reconstruction. 4. Recovery, renovation, and reconstruction of dilapidated and abandoned old legislative building and education authority building at Ngo Town. 5. Human capacity development, a flagship capacity development program in the maritime sector for the youth of Andini. 6. Capacity building for councillors and support staff of the council. 7. Procurement and distribution of official vehicles to the vice chairman and councillors of the council. 8. Revamping, remodeling, furnishing of council chairman's office and executive chambers of the council. 9. Refurbishment of abandoned faulty buses of the council. 10. Improved power supply, increased access to electricity at Ngo Town and adjoining communities. 11. Restoration of power supply in Ataba community. 12. Continuous engagement with traditional rulers and other stakeholders of Andini. 13. Reorientation program for deviant and misguided youths. 14. Development and preservation of Andoni cultural identity and heritage. 15. Proposed development of Andoni tourism and fishing potentials. 16. Strategic partnership with the private sector and interventionist agencies. 17. The forthcoming Andoni Unity Carnival, which is billed to commence in this Yuletide season, is aimed at showcasing the rich cultural heritage of Andoni, as well as the viable tourism potentials of Andoni to woo investors. Erastus Charles Awoto Esquire JP remains committed and poised at sustaining the delivery of good governance to the people of Andoni and surpassing the achievements of any elected council or caretaker administration of Andoni. Place Andoni among the League of Prosperous and economically buoyant local government heirs to Nigeria and leaving an enduring legacy behind. As a selfless, compassionate, and kind-hearted leader, Erastus Awoto feels the pulse of the people. He understands their pains and miseries. He's very sensitive to the needs and aspirations of the people. With his Midas touch, he has placed Andoni on the path of speedy recovery, development, and rapid transformation, thereby improving the livelihoods of the people and turning around their misfortunes. Erastus Charles Awoto Esquire JP is married to his amiable wife, a virtuous and God-fearing woman from the academia, Professor Beatrice Awoto, and they are blessed with 3 outstanding children. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on stage Erastus Charles Awoto Esquire JP.
And the person that will be presenting this award is Dr. Chris Mbata, Board Member, Association of Medical Laboratories Science Council of Nigeria. Please keep clapping as he comes up stage.
Honorable Chairman, you're highly welcome. No, you are. It's the chairman we are saying here. Yeah, it's the chairman we are saying here. Okay, this award of excellence from ERENS Foundation, the Honorable Erastus C. Awoto Esquire, JP, in honor and recognition of your contribution for sustainable peace and security within under the LGA, environmental land tribes, while the region, their selfless service to humanity and their excellent work ethics. Congratulations.
Wow, what can we really say? I am not the executive chairman, but I am Honorable Elder Dimiara Wajin Franklin, the Secretary of Andoni Local Government Council. Therefore, on behalf of my executive chairman, I think I want to say I'm grateful. But before I go further, let me say this, maybe off record. I was on bed this morning when my executive chairman called me. For those of you who are familiar with the political terrain, this is our season. And so as I'm here, the executive chairman is somewhere attending a very crucial meeting. And so when he forwarded the notice of invitation, I read it. And then my conclusion was, I'm going to an environment where health issues, particularly health issues that border on malaria and COVID-19, will be handled. So I got myself prepared. But surprisingly, when I enter here, COVID-19 protocol was completely absent. Meanwhile, those who are here are doctors and scientists, maybe off record. The impression I just got here is maybe God being on our side, we have overcome COVID-19. Let me pray too that we shall also overcome malaria. Well, having said that, as outside the box, I think as a council, we are grateful that right here close to the Atlantic River, some people who are here are noticing the effort of the executive chairman. I sat down there and I listened when you were reading the citation. Because, of course, as the Secretary of Council, you know that I must work closely with the executive chairman. And so I listened from the very beginning to the end. Surprisingly, you omitted very, very key issue. Key issue that ordinarily brought both of us together. Because we are talking about health issue here. And let me put on record that as we assume office, for those of you who have been around for some time, we recall that Anthony has been on the news, not on the positive side, but on a very negative side. And that affected almost all our sectors, including the health sector. The General Hospital at Tungo was completely closed down, with overtaking, no doctor, no nurses, no medical scientists, everybody. But by the grace of God, as we speak, the General Hospital has been rehabilitated by the council. A resident doctor posted, other medical assistants are also there. So that is one point you omitted. So we are not only on the other side. If you go to Ngo right now, the General Hospital is functioning. Because if we are to pursue the treatment of malaria and to pursue the treatment of COVID-19, you will agree with me that the presence of a General Hospital is necessary. And so I would like you to take note of that. Right now, if you come to Andoni, doctors are there to attend to you. Having said that, I want to say we are grateful for recognizing the effort of the executive chairman. I want to say we are grateful. God will continue to bless you. For those of you who have heard Andoni's story from the other side, I want you to know that Andoni now is 100% very peaceful. You can come to Andoni, you can sleep, you can do your businesses. As a country, we are open to assist both the lab technician and other medical personnel. We remember not quite too long, Dr. Hayford led some team of scientists, a medical lab scientist to Andoni. And of course, we work very closely with them. So once again, on behalf of the executive chairman, our brother, I am grateful. As I came in, I asked him, are you from Andoni? He said yes. Ikuta in particular. God will bless you. Andoni is blessed with men and women who can deliver and contribute to the development of Rivers State, Nigeria, and the world at large. Once again, I want to say thank you and God bless you. And as a council, we continue to support your foundation. God bless you.
God bless you, sir. Another hand of applause. Please put those hands together as he goes back to his seat. Okay, without wasting our time, I want to present another award to Dr. Harcourt White, and that will be done by SSG Emmanuel Udensi. Please put your hands together as he comes up stage.
Award of Excellence presented to Dr. Harcourt White in recognition of your effortless leadership, prowess, uncommon love for humanity, tireless contributions for a better society, and immense support for the growth and development of the youths. Date, this day, 25th of April 2022. Congratulations from EKPRIKPO ERENS. Congratulations, man.
All right, so without wasting much of our time, we would also like to present an award to the Dean of Faculty of Science, Professor C.K. Nwachukwu. Please, his citation. And to present this award, we'll call on my chief, Dr. Fred Obiko. Please, your hands together as he makes his way.
Introducing Professor Confidence Kinikawo Nwachukwu. Professor Confidence Kinikawo Nwachukwu. He is a professor of applied microbiology, environmental microbiology, and public health. He got his PhD and MPhil degrees in applied microbiology from Rivers State University, Port Harcourt, Nigeria. He is currently the Dean, Faculty of Science, Rivers State University, Port Harcourt. He is a Fellow of Nigerian Environmental Society and also Fellow of Nigerian Biological Safety Association. He is also a trained Biorisk Management Officer by Sandia National Laboratory, Center for Global Security and Cooperation, Albuquerque, USA. Professor Nwachukwu has served as head of Department of Medical Laboratory Science, Rivers State University, for several years. He was a departmental postgraduate coordinator and member of several university committees. He was a board member of Medical Laboratory Science Council of Nigeria from 2004 to 2007, a body that regulates the practice and teaching of medical laboratory science in Nigerian universities. Professor Nwachukwu was the state chairman, Nigerian Environmental Society, Rivers State Chapter from 2008 to 2012. He is a member of several professional bodies such as Nigerian Environmental Society, Society of General Microbiology UK, and American Society for Microbiology and International Association for Impact Assessment. He has also worked with Shell Petroleum Development Company for 1 year as a sabbatical staff between 2011 to 2012 in Remediation Department. He has supervised over 15 PhD students, 25 MSc students, and over 50 undergraduate students. In 2007, he was given a grant by the Swedish International Development Agency to travel to South Korea to attend a conference organized by the International Association for Impact Assessment. In 2011, Professor Nwachukwu attended another IARA conference in Calgary, Canada, where he presented a paper on devastation of the environment through illegal refining and crude oil theft in Nigeria. In 2014, he was also at Houston, Texas, in America, for a conference where he delivered a paper entitled Assessment of Alternative Energy and Role of Microorganisms in Biodegradation of Domestic Waste in Nigeria between the 18th to 23rd of May 2015. He also attended another conference in Miami, Florida, in America, organized by Battler on Remediation and Sustainable Environmental Technologies. He was also at San Francisco, California, America, where he attended the American Society for Microbiology Conference tagged ASM Microbe 2019. He has published widely, both internationally and locally. Professor C.K. Nwachukwu is married with children.
So to present this award is Dr. Fred. Please your hands together for him. And to receive this award on behalf of Professor C.K. Nwachukwu is Dr. Azike. Please your hands together as she makes her way. Dr. Chidima.
on behalf of ERENS EKPRIKPO Spiff Health Foundation, I present this award of excellence to you, Professor Kinikaru Sinwachuku, in recognition of your profound contribution to the body of knowledge within the healthcare space, your tremendous and tireless advocacy for healthy living, your leadership prowess, and love for humanity. This day, the 25th of April 2022. Once more, congratulations.
Thank you very much. So we'll be going very fast here so that we can meet up our time. I will be giving the next award to our state chairman. She has done greatly to making this happen. Please let's welcome Dr. Jane Obi Thomas as she comes for her award. Please let's celebrate her as she makes her way. To present this award to her is the Public Health Director, Dr. Goldin Ohonda. Please your hands together as he makes his way. Let's celebrate Grace. Your hands together as he makes his way.
Good afternoon, everyone. Please permit me to deviate from the norm. I have my ESCO here. I wouldn't have done it without them. Please, Amson ESCO around. I can see Dr. Fred, please join me. And the Chiladi, if you're here, please. Other ESCOs. I want that, please join me. Thank you.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, this is an award of excellence and is presented to Dr. Jane Obi Thomas. And it is in honor and recognition of your profound love for humanity. Your advocacy for healthy living, your all-inclusive leadership style, and uncommon support for the youth. I therefore present this award on behalf of ERENS Foundation, right? Your future endeavor.
Let's do this very quick because of time. Sir, wait, man, wait. We'll do the return. So you do the return match now. Let's honor the presence and celebrate the presence of Dr. Goldin Ohonda as he receives that award now.
I'd rather call it tit for tat. It's my honor, sir, to present this award in recognition of your selfless service to humanity, dance rights, dedication to duty, and exemplary support to healthcare practice in Rivers State and beyond. On this day, 25th of April 2022. Congratulations, sir.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it's indeed an honor. I find it a great privilege to be amongst you today. Apologies for coming in a bit late. Today was World Malaria Day, which is also coincide with some of the celebrations that are ongoing. But I'm very delighted to have been found worthy to receive this award. I want to say a big thank you to everybody who's here. Your contributions to health is immeasurable, and I want to thank you. I believe we can partner and do better in future. Thank you. God bless you.
I want to say a very big thank you to Eren and his wonderful team. Actually, this was hidden from me, except from about a few days ago. Normally, I believe that when a promotion is given or an award is given, it's as asking you to do more. And I wouldn't have done it alone. I would have loved all my experts to be here, and we also hope to do more as we go on in years. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you very much. So just because of time, so we're running out of time, we want to welcome SSG Udensi Onoha. Is he here? Onoha Udensi, is he here? All right, is he coming? All right. While we wait for him, let's honor the present and celebrate to receive his award, scientist Isoma Jeff Chiladi. for all his immense services. Please your hands together as he makes his way. Is Scientist Chiladi here? Give us some good music on the background. Thank you. All right, I think SSG Onoha Udensi, U.S. Army is here. Please let's honor him as he comes for his award. Let's honor him as he comes for his award. To present this award to him will be my sister and friend, Didia Tarila. Please your hands together. She's a lecturer in the Department of Chemistry, Aru SU.
Good afternoon all. On behalf of the ERENS EKPRIKPO Health Foundation, we would like to honor you, SSG Onoha Udensi, in recognition of your immense contribution to humanity, your selfless service in the United States Army, your exemplary lifestyle, and your philanthropic nature. We say thank you so much.
I want to thank everybody. I want to first of all thank God Almighty for this award, and I want to dedicate this award to my dad, who passed on last year. I want to dedicate this award also to my siblings, my brothers and sisters. I dedicate this award to my friends who have been with me all day long, and also dedicate this award to all the veterans and all the soldiers who died in every war trying to defend you sitting down here. Yeah, you don't understand until you get there. But we appreciate them. I thank the Rivers people for welcoming us. It has been tremendous. We are enjoying River State. Also, I want to also thank the chairman of Andoni local government, who we have already sat down and talked to. I think he was one of the first people who welcomed us. And also, I want to thank Speed High. This is my first time of seeing your, I call him Speed High, okay. ERENS. And this is my first time of seeing your mom. Thank you very much, Mama. They speak broken, you know. I hail you, Mama. I hail you. And every young person, every youth in Nigeria, make sure you get your PVC. Yes, go get your PVC. And everything that you have all have done, I really thank you. All of you that attended this occasion, I appreciate you all. I wish I would shake your hand, but I will after the end of this event. Thank you all and God bless you.
Thank you very much. All right, to present the next award is Scientist Dimpa. Please your hands together as he comes to present the award to Scientist Isoma Chiladi Jeff. Please your hands together as they make their way. Chiladi is currently the Secretary of the Association of Medical Laboratory Scientists of Nigeria.RIVERS State branch. Is he here? You can pick this for him now. Come on, pick it for him now. It's coming. So Scientist Dimpa.
On behalf of ERENS EKPRIKPO Health Foundation, in collaboration with Association of Medical Laboratory Scientists of Nigeria.RIVERS State Branch, I present this award to Scientist Isoma Jeff Chiladi in recognition of your leadership progress, giant strides, love for humanity, exemplary lifestyle, and tireless contributions to the advancement of youth within the political space, dated this day, 25th of April 2022. Congratulations.
Your hands together. And the last but not the least here, so Chief Dr. Mrs. Blessing Kenaniga to receive the award will be our state chairman, Dr. Jane Obi Thomas. Please, your hands together as she makes her way. To present this award, please let's welcome Dr. Teresa Jeremiah. Please, your hands together as she makes her way. So after now, we'll be having our next lecture for 20 minutes, then our final lecture, and we'll be calling it a close. So thank you for staying back and enjoying the colloquium.
This is my sister, my friend, my BIA. I would say I'm honored to make this presentation to you in recognition of your, sorry, I want to see very well, okay? In recognition of your tremendous contribution to the betterment of humanity, your kind-heartedness, leadership prowess, and your tireless support for the healthcare profession. On this day, 25th of April 2022. So this is a special recognition award presented to Chief Dr. Mrs. Blessing Kenaniga. So I'm most honored to make this presentation to you.
All right, so we'll go to our second to the last lecture and the last lecture. The time will be collapsed so that we can do this and leave here. Please celebrate yourself. You guys have been wonderful. Please, your hands together for yourselves. So to do a lecture, we'll be welcoming Dr. Hannah Omonakwe. Your hands together as she makes her way. She will go straight to the point, so don't worry. We'll get there. Please, let's celebrate her as she makes her way.
A brief citation of Dr. Hannah Omonakwe. Dr. Hannah Omonakwe is a passionate research-oriented medical doctor who loves to work with a team. She's creative and excellence-driven in her services, with a love to understand how and why people are ill and a passion to proffer solutions for diagnosis and treatment. Her core areas of interest as a hematologist are hemostasis, thrombosis, molecular diagnosis, and biological monitoring in the workplace. Our objective is to provide good quality service in a professional manner and help people attain their research and health goals. Career highlight: she is the head of Department of Hematology and Blood Transfusion Science, College of Medical Sciences, Rivers State University, a position held till date. She is also a consultant hematologist at Rivers State University Teaching Hospital, Port Harcourt, a position held till date. She was a visiting clinical fellow at the King's Thrombosis Center, King's College Hospital, London, a position held from August and Surgery, University of Calabar, Cross River State. Major achievements: laboratory lead at River State University Teaching Hospital Satellite Molecular Laboratory, head of Department Hematology and Blood Transfusion at the River State University College of Medicine and the River State University Teaching Hospital, coordinator Oncology Multidisciplinary Team, River State University Teaching Hospital, co-chairperson Hospital Prevention Committee, River State University Teaching Hospital. Key skills: bone marrow studies, thrombosis management, hematology morphology, blood components production, basic molecular technology, computing, laboratory hematology. Publications: some of Dr. Hannah's publications can be found online on Google Scholar or ResearchGate. Awards received: BSH Travel Grant 2020, ISTH Reached Award Fellowship 2015, ISTH Travel Grant to the 2015 ISTH Congress, ExxonMobil Graduate Scholarship. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Dr. Hannah Omunakwe.
Good afternoon or good evening, everybody. Thank you so much for your patience. I deeply respect and honor the protocol in place for this meeting. Thankfully, many of the speakers before me have done a very good job, so I can quickly run through this. So the talk is to think about the management of malaria and COVID, and thank God the keynote speaker really put a very strong picture to it, trying to show us the relationship. So I had intended to just look again at what the parasite is like, and just look at what has been said or done about the malaria COVID co-infection, and also think about how the two diseases can be managed, and then we close. I'm not going to go into all this because I know we know about that already, but I think what's important to say that since the two diseases seem to appear the same way, it's very important to have rapid and accurate means of diagnosing the two of them. And we know, we are laboratorians, so we know that there are basic, simple things that we can do, and Dr. Easter has made a strong point on that, that although microscopy is a major means of the standard, the gold standard for diagnosing malaria, many people are not that skilled, so we need to upskill concerning that. Of course, for the two illnesses, there's possibility for serology, of course, PCR and drug resistance testing, like Dr. Isirima had spoken of earlier in the day. I won't go much into all the parasitology I had down there because we've done that. But clearly there are 5 species of the Plasmodium, but the strongest one are the P. falciparum and the ovale. Okay, those are the common ones that cause infection. Now he talked about the dormant liver stage that is common with the P. ovale, and that's the one that springs up and symptoms, fever and unwellness, even when somebody has not been exposed for a very long time, because the parasite had a way of being dormant or quiet in the liver for a very long time. I like this picture because it speaks to me as a hematologist that malaria, yes, is a parasitology problem, but there's a strong relationship with malaria and hematology. So the parasites will stay in the red cells, cause a lot of hemolysis and things like that. Of course, you can also have the gametocytes being extracellular just outside the red cells. And you can see this other smear. If the lighting was a bit less, you can see the beautiful parasites inside the red cell. So as a pathologist, once you see a beautiful slide, you know that the patient is going the other way. Yeah, so SARS-CoV-2, just a brief about it, is a viral illness that came on. And so as Africans, we had that problem. Is it really malaria? Is it really COVID? And even as health workers, we had that confusion. And we were also spreading that story that it's common malaria. The reason is that both of them had the same clinical presentation, and we'll see that shortly as I go into the meat of the day. Dr. Mbata had said a few things, a lot of things about the genomics, you know, of the virus, talking about other variants that we've had. Interestingly, in Rivers State, we were also involved in sequencing the virus. What were we picking up? Yes, it's very easy to say that, it's a serious malaria somebody's having. But how many times since our over 20 years of living did we have malaria that was so severe, we almost died, but we came out of it? But COVID wasn't really like that. So as a state, we're also involved in sequencing the positive, you know, viral samples that we got. And we noticed in Rivers State that the prevalent variant was the Delta variant. And if you can remember, in the third wave, we had a lot of deaths from people that had the so-called malaria, refused to go in for testing, and suddenly it dipped, and then we lost some of them. Yeah, the Omicron variant came along into Rivers State, but by the time the Omicron came in the 4th wave, we had fewer people testing positive, and so we would say that the prevalence of Omicron wasn't so high in Rivers State. So going into the management of the malaria COVID co-infection. Now, typically, to say you want to manage a patient, you have to look at the clinical history, do a thorough physical examination, go ahead and do the laboratory testing like Dr. Isirima had alluded to when he spoke, do laboratory investigations or radiological investigations, and some of our speakers have, for the case of COVID, also brought up the idea of doing radiological investigations as a means of making the diagnosis. So you do all those investigations, talking about managing this patient, you draw out a treatment plan. What medication, like the Dr. Isirima had shown us many examples of what can be used, draw up the treatment plan, and also plan to rehabilitate the patient. So how did this play out, the malaria COVID picture during the pandemic? typically we know the history of malaria. Sometimes it can become severe, just like we said when COVID came, that, oh, it's a serious malaria the person is having. It's not COVID. Yeah, we find out that when somebody has severe malaria, these are some of the symptoms. Circulatory collapse, feels very weak, tired, can't move around, hemoglobinuria. These are things that we all can make diagnosis of in different specialties or medical laboratory science. Jaundice, hypoglycemia, and hyperparasitemia. If you are well trained, you can actually sit down and count how many parasites are inside how many red blood cells, you know, the hyperfuel and things like that. Yeah, so these are things, even acute kidney injury, these are signs of severe malaria. So it was very okay for us to think that, oh no, that 50-year-old man is just having severe malaria, you know, and then we push it aside that it's not COVID. Yeah, so clinical symptoms, clinical features of COVID. Now just trying to look at the two illnesses. Over time, people had tried to grade COVID infection as a symptomatic infection. In Rivers State, we looked at the outcome of our testing as well. About 71% of people testing positive for COVID in Rivers State were negative, were asymptomatic rather. Asymptomatic, please. About 71% of people testing positive around Rivers State were asymptomatic, no symptoms at all. Maybe just testing because they had to travel, go to work, or, you know, somebody in our compound, in our house, tested positive or probably died. Okay, let me come and do my own test. But they had absolutely no symptoms at all. So also the same for malaria. Some people that have malaria, parasitemia, are asymptomatic. So the two illnesses tend to appear the same way. But when it gets down to become a critical illness, that's when you talk about the respiratory failure and multi-organ failure and things like that, just like you have in malaria. So for managing a patient, you're going to do the clinical examination, do required investigations, and then you draw out your treatment plan. So for the clinical history and examination, thinking about this topic when I was asked to speak about it, I said, let me see what other people have done. So there's this beautiful study about malaria and COVID commonalities. The clinical features, like I've said over and over again, are just almost the same. You know, for those of us that were infected with COVID, you know the feeling, but there was a little difference. The weakness, you know, was a little bit more for COVID. So in this paper, they highlighted the commonalities between the two illnesses. The truth is that the two illnesses share the same pathophysiology. So when there's a pathology happening, how does it physically manifest in this patient? So both of them share the same pathophysiology, the same epidemiology. So outside the country, like in the Americas and many places in Europe, you find out where people live in clusters. Those were places that had higher incidence of COVID infection. And that's how it is on this side, where people live in clusters, simple communities. You have more people coming down with malaria, that very frequently. Now, there's another study about malaria and COVID in Africa. And in this study, they found that they looked at 162 patients that had malaria and had COVID. So people came to the hospital because they had COVID. They were admitted, and they also checked for malaria parasites in these patients as well. Now, they found out that both patients that had malaria and COVID, that's malaria-COVID co-infection, they had the same kinds of symptoms that you have in malaria only. But we found out that some complications that came up, like black water fever, which is common in malaria, and that in children, not in adults, they were having such presentations in adults that were having severe COVID infection. I like this study because it was done here in Nigeria. It's very easy for us to say that, oh, that severe fever the person had is malaria. But in this study in Lagos, and you can imagine that Lagos has a beautiful health system and many things can be tracked at different points. So in this study in Lagos, they showed that there was only about 0.32% prevalence of malaria amongst patients that were coming down with COVID, and they had a good control of that. Again, in the epidemiology, so they could say that commonly in Lagos, maybe it's this community of people that have more malaria, probably because of the environment, is more wet and things like that. It wasn't showing up in this study that people that were coming from those communities with more malaria were the ones that were having more COVID. So there was that disparity. Just trying to push the fact that in the future, and that will be my last slide. Maybe I should just hold on till I get to the last slide. So for laboratory diagnosis, still thinking about how we manage a patient. The next thing we do after doing the clinical examination, we try to make a laboratory diagnosis. From this beautiful study in Uganda that was supported by the Malaria Consortium Fund from the US, Okay, they looked at every patient that was admitted in this facility with COVID, and they tried to find if they had malaria parasites, okay, or yes, malaria parasite co-infection, because I mean it's showing up as fever and weakness as well. Okay, so in this study, what I want to bring out is that trying to diagnose malaria, they had to use 3 methods to confirm that it's there, really there or not, because Africans had to show up and really say, is it COVID or is it severe malaria? So in this study, they used 3 testing methods. Serology was used, but they had to confirm that at least 2 of them were positive for malaria. So they used serology, like Dr. Issa has talked about some of the serological methods that can be used. They used serology. They went ahead to do microscopy. They also did PCR for some cases, just to confirm that there was malaria or not. COVID diagnosis, of course, in this study was with PCR, serology, or antigens testing. Of course, they went on to do sequencing, as we've also done. So other supportive tests were also carried out. And this is important. When COVID broke, we were all afraid. Like the study in Lagos, they used serology. That is why the prevalence of malaria was so low. They used serological tests. It makes sense because health workers were not willing to come out. We're all afraid. You know, so we ran away. I mean, who is going to hold a patient with COVID? Who is going to touch the patient sample and start doing thick film or thin film? Nobody wanted to do that. So they just did the simple thing of doing serology. So I guess because they wanted to have less exposure. So in this beautiful study, just 12% of people, of course, that's higher than what we found in Nigeria because they went all the way to PCR for diagnosing malaria. Yeah, so in this study, about 12% of the people had the COVID malaria co-infection. And that shows that even in this high endemicity area in Uganda, where so many people easily have malaria, just a small amount of them had COVID malaria co-infection. Just to talk about treatment guidance. Now, going forward to provide leadership and guidance for treating people that had COVID, WHO tried. I like the WHO's document. It's called a living document. That's to say it grows, it breathes. So as the science changes, as something new comes out, WHO was changing the content of this document to show that science is dynamic. You know, things are changing and we move with the tide as it changes. There's also guidance from the CDC, and the IDSA also has guidance for different things about testing and treatment. And very interestingly, NCDC of Nigeria also had a treatment guideline. So we're talking about COVID malaria co-infection. And most of these guidelines did not say anything about treating the COVID malaria co-infection. And even the NCDC guidelines did not really say a strong word on using chloroquine, of course, and other antimalarials, because those things were, there was a lot of debate around it, and we'll just quickly look at that. There are many similarities in the two diseases. Supportive care would be the same. So someone having respiratory failure with severe malaria, we would give oxygen therapy. Renal support, like when children have black water fever, we'll give renal therapy. Anticoagulation, like one of the speakers spoke about, sometimes you can also have D-dimer being increased in severe malaria. And that happened very rapidly in COVID. So that has to be instituted, and we play a strong role as laboratorians in monitoring of anticoagulation and things like that. Control of inflammation is very, very important in COVID management because, like one of the speakers said, there's what is called the cytokine storm, where there's a lot of cytokines thrown into the circulation because of the activity of the virus and interaction with other immune cells. So a lot of inflammatory cytokines are released in circulation, and it's important to control that. And we also do the same when we are treating malaria. So the two illnesses are quite similar. So there's a lot of debate around that. Dr. Isirima did a good job on this, so I'm not going to go into that. So, but every way the body uses chloroquine to prevent or to treat malaria, in that same way, chloroquine is also used to treat or prevent COVID. That's what the science says. That because chloroquine can prevent, this is not very clear, but chloroquine can prevent the viruses from getting into the cell. It can also prevent the assembly of new virions that are formed as the virus is increasing. Actually, this study was done, this is another way that chloroquine works. One of the speakers talked about the influence of tumor necrotic factor. I think it was a keynote speaker. the influence of tumor necrotic factor. Chloroquine can block the production of tumor necrotic factor from macrophages and monocytes. Okay? So, I think this was in 2003. This study was done in China, where we had MERS and all the other types of SARS. And they found that chloroquine was very effective in inhibiting the activity of the virus. This was 2003. And so they said, if we don't have any other thing, in the summary of the study, if you don't have any other thing to prevent the virus from, any SARS virus from getting into cells and multiplying, then we can use what we've seen from in vitro studies, what chloroquine can do, preventing viruses from getting into cells. We can leverage on that ability and use it to treat. But when COVID broke, you know about all the debate that went on. When COVID broke, there was this large study, that's the Cochrane review, that said that no, chloroquine is not safe, you know, for SARS-CoV-2 because of the side effects and other things. I didn't really protect people from getting infected if they were exposed. It didn't also really prevent people from dying if they got if they came down with COVID. So the Cochrane review looked at over 20 studies comprising of over 12,000 individuals. So with that, they stood up and said that it's not possible. But the truth is that in Africa, I mean, we went on. We continued using chloroquine. We used anything that we felt or that we saw that could improve the outcome. This study tries to describe that, and it also says that by the time many African countries started using chloroquine to treat or to prevent, I must say in some of our protocols as well, we just popped in hydroxychloroquine because of the basic science that we know that it can prevent, it has some inhibitory effects on viruses. But this study said that in Africa, when chloroquine was when we thought that chloroquine was good, we had a lot of fake chloroquine coming into circulation, so we can't really say the outcome of what is happening, but they advise that we should monitor and check what is happening. So in closing, I hope I've been able to stay within 10 minutes. We are still here. Are we still here? Thank you. So in closing, these two diseases present clinically the same way. They have similar clinical presentations. And when they become complicated, the complications kind of look alike. So it was very okay for you when you had that little fever and cough to say it's normal malaria and just take your paracetamol, like one of our presenters said, and shy away from doing a COVID test. Now, there is some evidence that previous and frequent exposure to malaria and anti-malarials was protective against COVID in some studies, and one of our speakers alluded to that. Because we've been severally exposed to malaria and because we have used anti-malarials severally before now. I guess some people born in the last how many years, you might not have had the experience of chloroquine, but many of us had it, you know, and studies seem to say that that may be protective. The prevalence of malaria in patients with COVID-19 was not significantly high in most of the people that physically sat down and did the studies. So we were not very right when we said that that thing was just a severe malaria. So I submit that in subsequent outbreaks, whatever may come in the future, there will be need for strong health education and advocacy. So we've seen COVID, how it came and happened. And we've seen from some sort that it wasn't really malaria. The person had symptoms. They could diagnose two things at the same time, and most frequently it was one thing more than the other. So let's brace up as health workers to take part in advocacy. Let's not hide and say nothing will happen when things are really going wrong. There will be need for intentional research to determine what is and actually what works. We can't walk away and wait for them in Italy or US or London to do the studies and then we receive and use, because we've seen, yes, that our environment and so many things really makes a lot of difference. As leaders in our communities, we cannot just assume and carry on. We have to get the facts so that we can do the best to prevent and treat diseases that come up in our communities. Thank you so much for your time and thank you for listening. I don't know if anybody has any question and if we can take no questions. Thank you very much. But if you have, I'm happy to. I know we are pressed for time. I'm very conscious of that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Hannah Omonakwe. Please your hands together again for her. I told you she will be precise. Thank you very much, ma'am. We're proud of you, ma'am. All right, at this point, I would like to welcome my Oga. He has been very patient with me. Please let's celebrate Dr. Azunwo Obioma. Please let's celebrate him. Sir, please, my sincere apologies, but your boy is still learning. Please let's celebrate him as he makes his way, and let's have his citation. Obioma.
A brief citation of Dr. Obi Azunwo, PhD, MSc, 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 BMLS, GLP, IBMS, RSPH, UK. Dr. Obi Azunwo, as fondly called, is a renowned River State-born activist. He is a man of many parts with massive diverse branch of knowledge and expertise. He was born some years ago when other strong, committed, and focused men across the globe were born. He is currently a senior lecturer and a research scholar in the Department of Medical Laboratory Science, River State University, Port Harcourt. He teaches medical virology, public health, epidemiology, environmental biology, parasitology, and entomology modules for both undergraduate and postgraduate students of the above-mentioned university. He has a robust research expertise in the area of biomedical science with massive bias interest in medical virology and public health engineering. He holds a PhD degree in medical virology, MSc in public health and infectious disease control, MSc in medical microbiology, MSc in medical parasitology, and BMLS in biomedical science. Dr. Obi is currently a medical virologist, public health consultant, and a member of the emergency response team of the River State Ministry of Health for the control of COVID-19 pandemic and other infectious disease of zoonotic implication, publication, and scholarly outputs. He has published over 120 research articles in high-impact local and international peer-reviewed journals and has even presented his work across the globe, especially in the UK, Belgium, Spain, Canada, USA, Denmark, France, Germany, and Holland, to the admiration of the large audience of diverse discipline and expertise of international collaboration. Academic awards. Being very focused, discreet, and a consummate scholar in research-driven and evidence-based milestones, Dr. Obi won the Best 3 Research Scholar Award of the Year of the Faculty of Health and Life Science, Coventry University, UK in 2011. This rare opportunity and noble achievement, backed up with hard work and commitment, qualified him and persuaded the Faculty of Health and Life Science, Coventry University, UK, to present him among the best 3 in the faculty to represent the faculty in the overall wide university competition for all the research candidates in 11 faculties of the university. By his grace, Dr. Obi's piece of research work cum presentation won the first medal prize award of the annual competition and was declared the best researcher of the year by the panel of unbiased academic judges in 2012. This came with a massive cash prize and award benefits, huge popularity, and numerous material and academic support gains. The above milestones qualified Dr. Obi to represent the Coventry University in all the universities in the West Midlands Research Competition held at the Nottingham-Trent University, UK in 2012, where his piece of work also won the Public Prize Award of the year 2012. However, on return to his university with the award, Dr. Obi was nominated for Global Leadership and Peace Ambassador for Global Leaders Championship Training, sponsored by the European Union. Dr. Obi was exposed to 6 European countries in 6 weeks, namely France, Belgium, Holland, Germany, Netherlands, and Norway. However, much needed materials and academic gains in leadership, conflict resolution, peace building, and security surveillance was gained from this life-changing exposure. All expenses of food, flight, and cost of trainings paid with daily out-of-school allowances. Dr. Obi has affiliations with the following bodies: Associate Member, Medical Laboratory Scientists Council of Nigeria; Member, Nigeria Parasitology and Public Health Society of Nigeria; Member, European Society of Clinical Virology; Member, Microbiology Society, United Kingdom Association Associate, Member, Institute of Biomedical Science, UK Associate, Member, Royal Society of Public Health, England, Member, Canadian Society of Biology, Member, the Canadian Public Health Association. Currently is pushing for drug-free society among youths in our communities, a project that had already impacted positively among youths through the massive and aggressive effort of the members of Act Smart and Green Community Foundation, with the core commitment of restructuring a better society through robust advocacy. He was one time this and one time that. For example, one time Faculty of Science President, PRO, Nurse, RSUSC Chapter, DOS, Nurse, National Secretariat, Speaker, SUG, Zone B, Coordinator, NAS, Secretary, Postgraduate Students Association, etc. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, join me in welcoming a true research scholar, a global public health champion, human rights and environmental activist, leader, peace builder, conflict manager, one time this and one time that, a tourist, a social mobilizer of our time. He's also the progenitor of Yeye the Smell on social media. As we speak, Yeye the Smell is very much popular on social media across the globe as a symbol and remark denoting bad governance or poor state of events in the society. Yours truly, ladies and gentlemen, please make welcome Dr. Obi Azunwo, PhD, MSc, MSc, BMLS, GLP, IBMS, RSPH, UK.
Let me stand by the existing protocol. I don't want to bug you. We're already hungry. Even when they have served food already. I need gare. I need to eat gare bar. Seriously, I love it bar. However, I want to thank the organizers of this program for coming on board to underpin certain health issues that are bothering all of us. Malaria has been a life-threatening one, and for COVID, yes, but malaria, very critical and very huge, if you ask me. I want to thank them for choosing that topic at this point in time when everybody believed that COVID had destroyed a lot of interventions when it comes to malaria control and prevention. However, I want to equally give this advice for our progress. Maybe my friend, the chairman, you need to see me previously. Let me coach you on crowd control and event management. You can see that the hall is empty. Everybody has gone. You can see that everybody has gone. So those of us that are taking at last, we are now for a crowd loud. I don't mind being a last born. I don't mind, but last born I did do a lot of things for house. In my house, so I'm a last born. I don't mind, even if you keep me at the last point. But the issue is that you need to control the audience. You need to control the stage. You need to control what you are doing. You don't need to give all their walls one time. People will just go and they go their businesses. So for we that have been here since Monday, listen to them. We are not fools. We will have things to do somewhere along the line. But now they've gone home and we're here. And I've had their CV. I have their protocol. I would have had my own too. Yes. That is by the way. But it's a good opinion. Let us try to see how we can control this. Yeah, we are here, but we are few. This place was filled up, and that place was filled up. It's not the share food, give a word, they zoomed off. It's not a good antecedent. I'm sorry for taking your time, but I need to make, as an activist, we don't see without talking. When we see, we'll talk. So they can learn from that. So next time, do way to underpin crowd control and event management strongly. My topic is very simple, very simple. If you roll it, it's about facts and myths of COVID-19 and malaria. It's very, very simple. I just want to summarize some of the things we have been saying on social media, whether they are really empirical, whether they are really evidence-based or not, and so they can do a new leaf, as case may be. A very simple job. And maybe I will talk about the issue of the issue raised by Dr. Hannah, the issue of chloroquine. I totally disagree. But that is by the way. I will go by this way. Just roll this slide for me. Myths. They are false beliefs. Things you imagine by yourself and amplify. They are untrue stories that express this idea, ideologies, values, and belief. You create originality when there's no origin. You just want to make things go high. You escalate things without facts, without evidence base. Equate a new version according to Andrew 2020. Facts are reality. They are evidence based. Sometimes they are reproducible. These are some of the issues that makes a study rugged. Are they reproducible? Are they plausible? Can it be confirmed? Can it be adapted? So if you are do the paper or do the research and the paper you do a study and those qualities are not there, that paper is not strong. It's not strong enough. Yeah. What about truth? Truth is something on your own you believe. It might not be true. You said it's true, this is true, but it's your word against my word. There's no fact about it. It can only be confirmed with facts. Roll it for me. You can see this is malaria. This is an arthropod that causes malaria, a kind of vector that causes that around the malaria parasite. And that is COVID. Roll it for me again. I want to say one or two things out there. For this is a vector. It carries and drop. But that one, there's an agent. This COVID-19 is very infectious. These are two different things. There's no how they can be the same. One is a vector, a carrier, and one is an agent. And agents, sometimes, whether they are particle, whether they are fungi, whether they are hermit, they are infectious. Trust me. Roll it for me. Yeah, but that is life-threatening. I don't want to go much here, but many things I've said about all this before now, but this is very current. You can see that over 241 million cases of malaria was anticipated worldwide in 2020. Malaria deaths stood at that number. Nigeria is leading in Africa. So, I've said before now, which means I try to collaborate with that is fact. Nigeria is in trouble. We are leading in everything. That is bad. COVID disrupts the issue of malaria control because when people are locked down, when people are in their houses, they will not go to take net from health centers. They will not go to do anything. You can't even treat themselves when they are sick. Of course, at the first instance in this state, the pharmacies were shut down, chemists were shut down until people raise alarm that those people are on essential services. They're not allowed to be opened. Roll. Malaria is fertile. This is some of the myths and facts. Malaria is not fertile. People say it's not fertile. This can go. If you say it's only the night, open your body, see how you go don't have far. Even here they buy. Yeah, people say it again. Malaria and dengue fever, they are the same. Fine, they are all coming from mosquito as a vector. They believe that they are not the same. Eating garlic protect against malaria, I doubt. I have had malaria before, so I'm immune. I'm afraid. Push for me. Meat. Mosquito won't bite in air-conditioned room. For where? It's biting here. It's biting here. Malaria and COVID-19 are the same. Dr. Hannah said something about that. They are not the same. You can see from agents, they are two different parallel people. This is mosquito. This is virus. And that virus, very serious virus. They are not the same thing. Malaria disease, burden, and save lives. Okay, World Malaria Day. This is the team. Harness innovations to reduce malaria disease, burden, and save life. Leave that thing for me there. How do we harness and reduce malaria when we are still struggling in this country? The word harnessed means that you need to pull your resources together, underpin your strength, and move in a very fast track. Things you are doing should be innovative. How do we get that done? I'm a bit afraid. But again, we do thank God that this year's team, really for me, they say we should step up innovations, which means we should move away from our usual way of doing things. Today, we heard about the issue of some of them being resistant, method of assay. Dr. Issa, let me ask you very smartly. Those issues you raised about diagnosis of malaria, are they your health centers? Are they in UTT hospitals? I'm afraid. Expand access to tools. Expand the use of, this is a new, this RUTS is the vaccine for malaria. That's still somewhere. It's not even here. We don't even know what it takes. And they say that again, strengthen community ownership. How do we own what we don't see? It's a mirage. Ensure resilient and equitable health system. You see, one of the critical elements in public health is the issue of health equity, where persons believe that they can be in Nigeria, but when they are sick, they will run to Kenya or they will run to Britain. Of course, in a situation where there's health equity, it then depicts that both youth, old, young, white, anybody should access the same health I'm accessing. Dr. Easter would not access health in Bayelsa when he's from River State. He should be able to access health very close to him. There's not even no need for him to, if you are living in D-line, you don't need to go to Diop to access health. If you do that, there's no health equity. Which means there's a fault. That's why I run away from health system in D-line. Access health in D-line. Ensure tailor response to local settings. Malaria. Those in hinterland, how far? We have been privileged to hear a series of lectures by academics and experts. Those in hinterland, those remote area, how far? Are they equally opportune to sit down, do the takeaway rice, do water in a good environment, wear AC environment, and listen to lecture? No. So how do we get this done? Fine, which means area, you have a lot of work to do. You need to hit the land. Here is not the bottom area. Some of us here are aware. Hit the land at start for your village. What's it? Ikru Town. Hit this program there. Let them know what malaria is all about. They still not know what malaria is all about. COVID-19 pandemic. When the word pandemic began appearing in health and people, the issue of people became afraid. As you can see, a lot of fear, a lot of panic, a lot of lockdown. People could not access economic resources. That was what we saw in 2019. It was a serious showdown in different parts of the world. Here in River State, it was Wahala. Go ahead. COVID-19 is caused by SARS, as you can see, as we told you before. Let's move this background. Fat, okay, fat. Just go to that fat again. Yeah. Look at this. As at April 2023, look at that number for River State. Look at that number of deaths. There's no means of finding this, whether it is there or not, apart from biological techniques. So they were telling you that they will do it by thermometer, 100 degrees centigrade, you have Kevin. That is lie. The only means is evidence-based laboratory medicine. And for those who are trying to push us aside, the health system will collapse. Trust me. I want to emphasize what Patmo said before, President Patmo said before here, that those who have been planning to make us die and collapse, there will be no laboratory anywhere except them. The health system will collapse. They will walk without rising again. In Jesus' name. Yeah, if you go down there again, definitely diagnosis is only that case maybe. COVID in case of Nigeria. Yeah, that's the source. Go again. Yeah, that's a myth, which we need to talk about here. That is only in cold region where people are dying plenty. That's why they are dying. It's only the cold, the temperature is a factor. Not lie. There's no supportive evidence. For every study to be accepted globally, it must be plausible. It must be transmissible. It must be producible. And it must be evidence-based. So all this thing, a negative COVID test means you are safe. No, it's not true. Herd immunity will end. No, it's not true. Warm weather or saline will protect you. It's not true. Antibiotic, garlic, use of home therapies prevent. It's not true. Go. It's not true. Look at here. Then some person sometimes, if you are entering the bank and they use thermometer to text you. If you are more than 70%, they said, go here, let's report you. It's not true. That could not be a very strong factor because it's a lot of complication. There could be other microbiological element that could push your temperature to be high. It's only COVID. In fact, even if issue of you don't have money, emotional stress can shoot up your temperature. As soon as you are giving money, you get alert, temperature will come down. So it's not only when you have COVID around you, temperature said, no, that's not true. Some persons are sick because they have no food to eat. When you give them food, they normalize. When there's no money, they are sick. Even men, sometimes, even me, sometimes when I don't have money, I will go and rest. I will enter house by force. I will stay with them from morning till night. There's no money. I will rest. But when there's money, I will jump around. Go here. I will not remember my uncle, my brother, my friend to visit, but I can buy fuel. But when there's no money to buy fuel, especially now, you have to go and rest. And that will ultimately give you fever, emotional fever. It's only when you have COVID. Alcohol, people spray alcohol, take alcohol. Those good days, people say, yeah, Nigeria, say, when you have COVID, take alcohol, gin in the morning. That could be enough to. It's not true. You should be careful with intoxication. Do this for me. Meat, vaccine, COVID-19 causes variants. It's not true. COVID-19 vaccine contain microchips. It's not true. The ingredients in COVID-19 vaccine are dangerous. It's not yet confirmed. COVID-19 vaccine will affect my fertility. Not lie. COVID-19 vaccine can alter my DNA from the pit of hell. It's not true. It's not scientific. The vaccine can make you magnetic. It's not true. Those things you are seeing were all fusion. No evidence base. No research. No, it's not empirical. No data to show for it. Until it passed through peer review. Somebody cannot do a research in one laboratory without peer review and put it online. We are all gobsmacked. It's not true. Until those facts pass through peer review, they become carried. For now, they are not true. The messenger RNA vaccine is not considered a vaccine. You're your own. People have done their work. COVID-19 vaccine will cause me to test positive on viral tests. It's not true. That's the source. CDC. Yeah, how to combat malaria and COVID-19, mates. Gatekeeping. You know what's gatekeeping? We must watch and pray as scientists. We must be able to do our bit. We must be able to keep our brains with science. What they are doing today is part of gatekeeping. They are trying to re-engineer thoughts. For persons who are into malaria research, they have been challenged as a gap by a professor on resistance. He have done some part and see there's a gap. So for some of us who are in malaria research area, there's a gap for us to do more work in that area. So that's gatekeeping. And we must watch our roles. What do we do? Just like this NGO is doing their whole part. They've done well, but I need to correct one impression that they only put have done well in this state. I think we have done so many public lectures to after the convention among students. We've done so many research, many studies around them. So it's not only this one. There are many NGOs doing their work, maybe in a way and manner is not well blown up. You must engage, inform, and educate. What they are doing today is very interesting. We are being engaged. We are being asked to interact. I've learned so much today from other persons. We must amplify and expand available information. Laboratory evidence is key, and R&D is very critical. But interestingly, R&D in this country is very, very poor. There's no R&D. Dr. Hannah, Maybe after now, I will talk to you on how you assess your fund. I'm interested in those grants. I'm interested. Because in this country, there's no grants. Maybe you're getting them from overseas. Fine. But in this country, there's no grants. Okay? There's no funding for R&D. But R&D is what kickstarts the economy. R&D is what makes science moving. R&D is key if Rofuk must stay here. For people to put that did this light, to be doing like this through research. Today we're enjoying it. But this country, no research, no R&D, no fund. Even the TEF fund in the universities, when you apply, don't like your face, they won't give you. They don't like your face. They don't like your face, they won't give you the fund. They won't give you the money. So, this guy won't be rich. Won't give him. But by God's grace, we are pushing forward. We are not only the door. In conclusion, our knowledge about malaria and COVID is growing rapidly. It's a growing area. We need to explore more, and not much has been known. It's still a novel. Misinformation around malaria and COVID-19 can distort reliable public health guidance. May it cause people to discredit scientific knowledge. Professionals should always speak out and speak science. By speaking science, I mean evidence-based informations. Don't create myths on social media that if you eat garlic, if you do this, if you eat hot water, you get COVID, you will be cured. It's not true. Having said this, my reference, my source. Thank you so much. Other questions? Are there words anywhere? Okay. I'll take a bow.
Persons who have made it to this occasion. We also want to thank all the audience, our colleagues who have made our time to come for this lecture. So I want to say thank you very much for your time, but we have one more program left, which is the unveiling of the foundation, please. So we want to leave that part of the program, but I want to say thank you very much for your time. Thank you very much for all you've done today. May God bless you all.
Thank you, Igani Joshua. I greet you, sir. So as a foundation, we do projects. So at this point, because of the timing, we had to make it the last so that it won't look like another thing because we're in Nigeria. So please, let's welcome a lecturer from the University of Port Harcourt. Please, let's welcome Eugene.
Okay, thank you very much, and good afternoon, everyone. Please to stand on already existing protocol, right? I won't take much of our time. We're almost done. So just to present a bit of something we've got. Our project. This colloquium is actually part one of what we've got in store as part of the World Malaria Day. So we also have a project which we are hoping to accomplish by God's grace. So let the slides come up briefly. Okay. Okay, so I won't really spend much time talking about malaria, the overview of malaria. We've already had a lot of that today, right? So we won't talk about it. Just go to the disease burden, right? We know that malaria remains a major problem in this part of the world, right? As one of the ladies said, it has been here for ages, and we are still battling with it. It remains a major health problem. So let me just point out a bit of stats, which most of the speakers have also talked about. So that currently, as of 2020, there were 241 million cases of malaria, right? And the death rate then was 625 million thousand in just 2020 alone, right? And then if you see that stat, 95% of the cases was in the Africa region, and 96% of the death was also in Africa region, meaning that we bear much of the burden of malaria. Of course, we know that. And then children under the 5 years accounted for about 80%. Most of the deaths were linked with children, people who have bright future. We don't even know what they could become in the future. Some of them could be presidents, they could be whatever, right? But malaria brings them down. And then at the end, you see, out of the 625,000 deaths, they said these countries accounted for most of them: Nigeria, DR Congo, Tanzania, Mozambique. And you see, Nigeria has about 31.5% of that death rate, which links up with what the keynote speaker said about the prevalence of malaria. So, of course, a lot of work has been done, no doubt at all, but it remains a major public health problem, right? And then globally, there is a target that by 2040, malaria should be eradicated. And then by 2030, we are hoping that about 35 countries would have eradicated malaria. Okay, but for us as a foundation, you see, the one of the goals of this foundation is basically to help make a difference, right? To, as the speaker said, that people here have heard a lot. We should also go to the hinterland, yeah, and that's part of what this project want to address. We want to really help make a difference in the lives of people. So we've identified some problems, right, in the rural areas, especially River State. Now, one of them is that, no, please go back. One of them is that, of course, the RDTs, rapid diagnostic kits, are not readily available in most of the clinics in the rural areas. Also, they don't even have, some of them don't even have enough drugs in the government clinics, right? And then most people do self-treating. As Dr. Joshua told us, this contributes to malaria resistance. And then you can't also knock off malaria when you have such self-treating. You don't even know the right combination of drugs. And then finally, mosquito nets. Of course, we know that that's one of the major preventive measures. But most people don't have it, especially in the rural areas. It's pretty expensive, to be honest. They can't even, some of them are struggling on meeting their daily bread, so they consider that a luxury. And then, okay, so that's the problem those were the problems we've identified. And then as a foundation, we want to help make a difference there by addressing those problems. In research, they say, first of all, look for the statement of research problem, right? And that's our statement of research problem. So what is our project plan? We hope to reach out to 1,000 people in the rural area, right? 1,000 people. And as part of the World Malaria Day, we want to reach out to 1,000 people. So we've chosen 2 communities in 2 local governments of River State. One is a community called Doha in Ahoda East local government. It's a large community, about the biggest, I think, in Ahoda. And then the other one is Ungo Town in Andoni local government. So we're also reaching out to that one. All right. And then what we would do would be to carry out tests. We would carry out tests, and then we'd also give out drugs to those who have been confirmed to have malaria. And then we'll share, go to the next slide, please. We'll share nets, right? Insecticide treated nets. And then there is something as well called Odomos, which is something you can rub, a repellent, a malaria, a mosquito repellent, right? So it's been developed in India. I'm sure a lot of people might know that. And a study in the Indian Journal of Medical Research shows that the Odomos is offered 100% protection from malaria compared to DEET, which is something you rub on the skin, on the skin, right? Diethyl methylamide. All right. So the primary ingredient of this Odomos is diethyl benzamide. So basically, in a nutshell, what we hope to do as part of our outreach, that's like phase 2 of this World Malaria Day for this foundation. What we hope to do is just to go out to the community, reach out to them by carrying out tests, giving drugs to those who have been confirmed to have malaria, and then share insecticide-treated nets, and then provide Odomos as well. This is going to be huge, to be honest, because yeah, not just one thing is to have the knowledge, the other thing is what do you do with the knowledge, right? So this is a little way of wanting to help make a difference in the lives of those. Okay, we did a bit of SWOT analysis. Let me just do that briefly because of time. Of course, strength of this project, of course, is going to be free. They're not paying any money for the treatment. They're not paying any money for the lab test. They're not going to pay any money for the net, and even for the Odomos, they are all free. So that's a huge strength of this study. The weakness, however, is that we won't be able to reach out to as many people as we want to. We are just targeting 1,000 people because we see a bit of threat in a bit. And then also, the outreach would only be for maybe a day or so. I hope that could just be one day, then the other one could also be. So we can't, spend all the days we want there. Okay, opportunities, please. The next slide. Of course, because of this, we would be able to partner with the health center in those communities. Now we can have reach a kind of agreement with them to say from time to time we would donate nets to you people. We would as a way of reaching out, we could donate test kits and all those, because they always have stock out of those products. And then the last one, threats. The problem here now talked about financial challenges. That's one of our major threat to this project. Then security challenges. The secretary who represented the chairman said Andon is very safe now, and I hope that is also safe. And then unpredictable weather condition. Of course, it could rain, which could usurp our plan. But of course, that one particularly can be controlled. The major thing would be the finance. Okay. Then the last one, cost estimate. We've just done a bit of estimate on what we would, what we would need to achieve this project. So we need a lot of mosquito nets. As we said, the plan is to reach out to as many about 1,000 people. So for that, we have a budget of about 800,000. All right, and then the other must cost some money as well. For that one, we have about 700,000. Our routine kits, we have about 280. Then the artemisinin combined treatment, we have about 300,000. Then logistics, of course, we need to move here and there, about 100. And then, so the total budget is about 2.2 million approximately. So finally, that's just it. I would just like to leave us with a quote from an outsider. Said everyone can do. No one can do everything, exactly. No one can do everything, but everyone can do something. And together we can change the world. We all want the world to be a better place, right? We are tired of a lot of things happening in this country. But it won't just happen because we wish that they should happen. We have to, we have to be involved. So please, we are open to donations, we are open to partnerships, right? To help us achieve this goal so that the World Malaria Day for 2020.
Thank you very much. As a foundation, most people will say, money. But actually, we are very sincere with what we're doing. And that's why I decided to bring this last when the people have gone and English. So when everybody must have left. But this is what we intend to do, and by the grace of God, we're going to do it. So we would like to crave your indulgence, volunteers, and all that. The next phase, by the grace of God, will be kicking off very soon. So on this note, I'd like to say thank you very much to the Association of Medical Laboratory Scientists. Thank you very much to my friend and my brother from all the way from the United States, just to honor me, SSG Emmanuel Onoha. Please, let's celebrate him. And he also said he wants to say something. I don't know what he wants to say, so let's welcome him. Let's celebrate him as he comes. Yeah? You want to stay here? Okay, okay.
Hey, I just want to make it simple. I want to give this foundation 20,000 naira cash.
Thank you. So, I would like to say that we've come to that point where we say, au revoir. So thank you very much for your time. Thank you for honoring our invitation. My special thanks to the Association of Medical Laboratory Scientists of Nigeria. Of course, it's ably led by Dr. Jane Obi Thomas. She has been very supportive. Of course, you remember we mentioned that this program is also a CPD program. And of course, certificates would also be given out in due time. All the materials for this colloquium will be sent to our email addresses or on the various platforms. On this note, I'd like to say all glory will be unto God. So let's sing that song. All the glory. Oh, to the people stand up now. So I want my brother to come and close this prayer. Please let's welcome Emoji. I call him Emoji. Please let's have him here, Mr. Faith. Please let's celebrate him. Keep clapping as he makes his way.
Thank you. Okay. After this prayer, there will be a picture section outside. Shall we close our eyes for a short prayer? In the name of Jesus Christ. In the mighty name of Jesus Christ. Lord, we'll give you all the glory. We'll give you all the honor. We'll give you all the adoration for this time like this. In this, it is a thing to appreciate you for all the resource persons, for all the provisions you have made, for the journey mercy you have granted unto us, and finally for the knowledge we have downloaded from this colloquium. We say, may your name alone be glorified in the name of Jesus Christ. My Lord and my Maker, and I pray, O Lord, that as we leave this auditorium, may you grant us journey mercy to our various homes in the mighty name of Jesus Christ. This foundation will never go down. This foundation will never go down. In the name of Jesus Christ. Lord, blessed be your holy name. For in Jesus' mighty name we pray. Amen.